This is Julie heading towards my flat, and we're going to have a good old chin wag before production starts.
It is Monday the 12th of July, which is the read-through, the first read-through for Doctor Who, to be held at the Millennium Stadium, and we're reading episodes 1, 4 and 5, all written by the marvellous Russell T Davies.
And what happens at a read-through?
A read-through is a very, very scary thing, so we're all very nervous. At a read-through, the cast come, the essential crew, heads of department, makeup, costume, design, etc, etc. The executive producers come, and we read scripts, and it's the very, very first time that we hear them. So tell me how many episodes you've written and what's left to write.
It is, what's the date? It's the 12th of July.
Yeah.
And I have written 4, and I've got 4 more to write. Today we start the read-through of my first 3 episodes, which is a bit scary because it means 3 episodes are gone. And so I've now got to write an episode a month from now on to finish them by October.
And can you tell me what it's been like writing Doctor Who?
Fantastic. Absolutely. I love it. It's hard. It's much harder than I thought it would be. I thought there was a little bit of me that thought, I always work hard on a script, can I say?
Yeah.
But there was a little bit of me that thought when it's a crisis and you're rushed, you could knock one of these off.
Yeah.
And you can't. I've absolutely discovered that. It's like, it's so hard. The hardest thing is, it's not as hard as being a nurse or a teacher and all that sort of nonsense. The hardest thing is taking control of it. It's like, and this is the same with any script you ever write anywhere. It's like, it's being in control of your world. And it's the hardest thing. And a lot of writers have trouble because characters can't get to the right place or do the right thing or get the spirit of what the whole script is about across, because you're not in charge of it, because there's so much location and plot and pressure and so many people reading it and analysis going on that you're not in charge of your world. And that's hard enough anyway when dramas set in bedrooms and kitchens and offices and things like that. And literally when it's set in a spaceship, or it's even harder because that world isn't real. And it takes a long, long time to say, I know this sounds daft, but to sit there and say, this really is a spaceship. It really does have engines and a crew and an economy of its own and stuff like that, and people have money in their pockets, you know, and things like that, and they sleep and they brush their teeth and things like that, and they fall in love and things like that. It takes so much longer with the Doctor Who script. I'm saying very metaphysical now, but it's just a practical thing. It takes so much longer with the Doctor Who script to believe that you're in these places before you can even begin to write it properly.
And tell me what you're going to be writing next.
Next, I sit down and I write episode, 7?
Yes.
Yes, which is Rose and the Doctor and Adam when they land on a space station.
And do you have any favourite scenes that you've written that you would reveal to us?
I'm waiting to see what the Doctor's big moment in episode 1 is like, where he does his speech to Rose.
Which is a wonderful speech.
It's like, it's you know, no one knows what it's going to look like, that speech. I don't think Keith knows. In a good way. It's one of those moments you think, how is that? I don't know. Chris knows how he's going to play it, and I don't want it to be pretentious. It's like worrying.
Yeah.
It's a bit too heavy, and at the same time, you want it to be, actually it is pretentious in a way. It's a big moment. This is Julie Gardner and myself on the first day of filming, driving through Cardiff.
Hooray.
We're filming here in 2 or 3 days' time, aren't we? This is St Mary's Street? Is this St Mary's Street?
They're blocking the road off for Monster in episode 1.
Hooray!
On the rampage.
This is the DVD, so people will know. It's the Autons.
Oh, yes, indeed.
We don't have to keep it quiet.
There I was, being all secretive.
So where are we going?
Right, well, we're going to the Cardiff Royal Infirmary for day 1 of shooting. Call time is 12 o'clock, and we're starting with a hospital sequence from episode 4. So, Russell, how are you feeling on day 1?
Most excited. I just want it to be over with now. I wish we were on day 131.
I feel like I could spontaneously combust.
Do you?
With the excitement and stress of it all.
In the car in front, we have the producer, Phil Collinson, who we're chasing.
He is the most cheery producer.
Oh my God, here we are.
Meet. Oh Christ, we're here.
Look.
I'm going to park here.
This is it.
Gates.
Doctor Who land.
I'm sure this is alright.
There's Phil. Getting out of his car.
And it's now 19th of July. It's the second day of filming. I'm at home doing little tiny rewrites, which then get issued as yellow pages. You see the page changes to yellow because it's locked when I add the word human there. Who's not human? He's not human. I'll do this. I'll issue these pages. See, that is now... Where is it? A yellow revision. So you can see, yellow revision page. 7/19/04 because it's American, and that'll be issued today, and then I'll go out to set. This is Annie Frederick, who's head of Doctor Who publicity. How's it going, Annie?
It's going fabulously well, thank you, Russell.
It's amazingly busy though, isn't it?
It is today, actually. We've had loads of photographers out.
And that was for Billy.
That was for Billy, actually. But also, I think it's also to see what's going on. It's very exciting in Cardiff.
Yes, I think perhaps the next time we're filming the streets of Cardiff, we shouldn't announce it live on the local news.
Action! Mom, where are you?
And this is the queue for dinner. I think they must be the little 3 child dummies on the end there. Dining bus. One of our buses, and all of this is underneath the shadow of the Millennium Stadium.
We've covered it with a product called Idendon, which comes out quite shiny when you sand it back.
Yeah.
So we've got areas of gloss and areas of matte, so that when it's wet at night or when it's lit, there'll be shiny elements to it as well as matte elements. So it'll really have that old telephone kiosk feel.
This is day 4 of filming. This is one of the first scenes of episode 1. Rose gets off at work. This is St Mary's Street in Cardiff.
Bill, there's a Dalek coming up the street.
It was an entrance to the shop, so we've built the surround,
Yeah.
and that's just the walkway up to
It's
it. So
completely
we've got our
fake
glass-
window.
yeah,
Brilliant.
completely fake.
And that's what glass?
Toughened glass in the middle,
Yeah.
and laminate glass on the 2 outer panes. So the
Oh,
toughened
right.
glass in the middle will be the glass that we blow in
Brilliant.
the dummies instead.
Here we go.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Are you enjoying being in Doctor Who?
I am. Very warm in here.
It's boiling.
It's very exciting.
Did you like the read-through? Was that mad?
It was a nightmare. It was very nerve-wracking because I'd only just got the script and everybody was there. There was anybody in television and... shut up. I'm not supposed to... No, I can't.
That'll be bleeped out.
I was very frightened.
So, Tower, do you think Clive's dead at the end of this, or should we bring it back?
I think we should definitely bring Clive back as a zombie. Some kind of zombie creature.
You just want to play a monster, don't you?
I do want to play a monster. I'm very jealous of the people whose heads open.
They're hot, though. They're hot. They're okay.
I could take the heat for looking at a monster, though. It'd be great.
We'll keep you on the list.
But I do get to die, though, so that's good.
Yes.
It's always good to have a death in something.
Don't really see your death, though. We're gonna.
No, but listen, it's there. You'll see it in my eyes.
You're gonna act it anyway. You're gonna give us the full work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll scream. And, of course, because there's no blood, is there?
No, we'll be careful with blood. Sorry. Anyway, Mark Benton, thank you very much, my darling.
Thank you very much.
Anchor.
The age-old Doctor Who problem of getting masks fixed to the back. All these years, nothing's changed. Some of these gaps we think we can fill in later in post-production. Paint the picture so that the gap disappears. Courtesy of the mill, special effects.
So sweet.
Anchor.
This is what I've discovered. It's 10 times more than any other show in the world.
Yeah.
It's
Completely,
amazing.
is you just can't get the right groups of people together enough, and of course they're really busy, and particularly now when they're running shoots and prepping ahead, so that's really hard
Yeah.
as we go forward.
Absolutely.
And also it just feels like a monster show, and we've always felt that it would be a monster show, but it feels so huge, because this morning I woke up really excited thinking Block 2 read through, but equally I was thinking, oh my god, it's only Block 2. And at the end of Block 2 we would only have filmed 5 episodes out of 13.
That's
So we're
terrible.
not even halfway through, and people are tired, frankly, because it's really hard. We did 3 weeks at the top of the first block of night shoots.
Yes.
One of those weeks was filming in London, so you take out the travel time between Cardiff and London, you've got less time on camera.
It was very hard,
Really
wasn't
hard for people.
it? Yeah. Look, Julie T, read through.
Are you off my nostril again?
Yes.
You are.
That's Philip and Lynn at the read through talking to each other.
Yeah.
With his man.
I'm Murray Gold. I write all the music for the show. I've done a new version of the theme. And I'm working on all 13 episodes. I started writing music really young. I played the piano from the age of 6, and I didn't realise that I was writing music, because lots of things you do when you're a kid, you know, you make things up, you don't realise you're composing. You don't call it composing, you call it messing about on the piano. When we actually had our first meeting to seriously discuss what the Doctor Who music would be like, of course I already had an idea of what it would be like just from watching as a kid, or, you know, I knew what it should be like. Russell has always had in his mind that there would be strings and it would be an orchestral sounding sort of score, which is mainly what it's turned out being. I use a bunch of samples, cellos, basses, viola, so long as it's ensemble. No solo instruments work when you're using synthesizers, in my opinion. I'm not a big one for sort of chasing around the world looking to capture odd noises. I sort of let other people do that and catch up on them later. There's nothing, having said that, there's nothing in this room that hasn't been sort of banged or hit. Anyway, that's shameless. We have sessions for singers, sessions for musicians. Some of them happen here, although, as you can see, it's not huge. At the weekend we had 35 singers and tried to get them in here, but a couple of them just couldn't take it. One of the most important skills of a film composer is to be able to be charging along in a happy gallop, and then a second later for everyone to have died and your music to have changed accordingly. The hardest thing is actually to sound like yourself, to just have the courage to go out and say, well, this is my sound, this is how I like it done. I don't care if you're supposed to make the, you know, if the bass is, you think the bass is too, this is my sound, and, you know, I like melodies like this, I like tunes like this, I want to go from this tune like this, and, you know, and just, I think that's the hardest thing to achieve, because it's something that sounds so simple, but actually quite complex. Who can sound like, you know, the minute you hear, like Ennio Morricone? Yesterday I listened to the new Doctor Who theme that I've done. I listened to it 7 times on the trot, and I really liked it. And I thought, you know, that's really good. That's really simple. I'll give you a good blast.
It's the activation signal. It's transmitting.
The nesting lair, from the point I first read the script, I always figured that would need to be a miniature sequence, because in my head anyway it played out like the end of The Man with the Golden Gun, in that you've got explosions going off and girders and beams dropping. So the art department gave me a set of photographs that they'd taken on their recce, and having seen them, it struck me that yes, actually I could go and do precisely the sort of Bond-ish sequence that I'd always envisioned. It lent itself very well. There were lots of girders, there were lots of beams, lots of brickwork. So we elected to build a 1/6 scale model of a corner of the warehouse and a substantial section of roof. Having got all that information, myself and Colin Mapson launched into the building. Colin did the bulk of the ceiling, I did the bulk of the walls and the gantry work. And then we used Mark Holt and Perry Bryan of Mark Holt Effects to do all our pyrotechnics for us. And it was one of the very first things that we set up and shot.
The Nestine Lair model was built in the Model Unit workshop at Kendall Avenue in West London. The attention to detail here is as high as in the rest of the series, even down to providing 1/6 scale signs and posters. Two 16mm film cameras shoot each explosion from 2 different angles, giving the editor more material to create a truly dramatic sequence. Preparation is meticulous.
Through there, either side of the pipe, I would have thought. Having got 2 or 3 smaller explosions and smaller rubble drops, we built and built and built and built through the sequence, shooting on everything, so that we were able to deliver to the editor this sequence that gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm delighted to see that, you know, so much of that stuff got used in the final moments. It really does, you know, look as though the place is really coming down around their ears.
And here's the final result. Live action and model work combined. It's Mike's vision realised in the final, thrilling James Bond-style sequence.
Just hold an airport for us, please.
Linsky.
Alright, lad. How's it going, mate? Alright, lad. Yeah, can see that. You on the front last night, lad. That Billy Piper.
What does la mean? Is it like in terms of effect?
For lad. Yeah, it is.
Where's it from?
I mean.
Set. Action.
This is episode 2 of Doctor Who that I'm going to show you a few sections from. Rose and the Doctor are arriving at a space station overlooking the world in the year 5 billion. What is shot in camera is Rose and the Doctor against a monitor that looks like this. So this is Rose's first arrival at the space station, and this is the first time she's been into space, so she's quite wowed by it all. But in order to progress the cut and see whether or not I've held the shot long enough, I use a shot that we have just of a still shot that our matte artist makes, who just draws the various pictures of what the things will look like, space stations, the world and the sun behind. And I fill that in with the green screen, and then I can add a little shield going down. So that's my sort of temp effect to show roughly what's going to happen. It lets you know you're floating, it lets us start to explore how we think the visual effect will be made. I can then give that to Will, our chums at the mill, who may put a more sophisticated door, portal opening, and then the world below, and the sun in the distance. My temps can be extremely crude because they're there really just to give the director and I an idea of whether or not we've left enough time for our visual effects guys to do the sort of shot we want. So as you'll see, this little sequence, which is the sun exploding, is pretty crude, but it allows us to know
the day the sun expands
that something's going to happen. And then as the mill are able to give us their first temp back, it of course looks so much more professional. That's why it's very important for you as an editor to be able to interpret what's going on and understand how it will look when you've finished. And the same with the sound effects, you're going to add those, so you're playing those over in your head as well. And we kind of know how to fill it all in, I suppose. So I've got my temp music track here as well. 500,000 mouse clicks. And then the sequence I can add and play some sound to music with.
You lot. You spend all your time thinking about dying, like you're going to get killed by eggs or beef or global warming or asteroids. But you never take time to imagine the impossible, that maybe you survive. This is the day the sun expands. Welcome to the end of the world.
And that's how episode 2 starts. Episode 2 included an entire CG character.
The Lady, Cassandra O'Brien, Delta 17.
Oh, now, don't stare.
So a tricky sequence to cut when you haven't got anybody there at all. And what they shot, of course, on set that day didn't even have Zoe Wanamaker playing the part. So what we did, once Zoe was cast and we'd got a cut of what we wanted, we actually filmed some of Zoe, and she actually did the voice as if she was doing it for an animated sequence, which she is, and we filmed her in a studio.
Oh, now, don't stare. I know. I am.
And then we are taking her mouth pattern area as a pattern for the animation that we're going to apply.
Cassandra O'Brien.
And I will do this temp effect.
The Lady, Cassandra O'Brien, Delta 17.
Oh, now, don't stare. I know. It's shocking, isn't it? I've had my chin completely taken away, and look at the difference.
The Lady, Cassandra O'Brien, Delta 17.
Oh, now, don't stare. I know. It's shocking, isn't it? I've had my chin completely taken away, and look at the difference. Look how thin I am.
So we have a lot of discussions once you then see the real shot of Cassandra about things like the blood vessels. So we're trying to make those really pump now so that we see her blood flowing through her. We like to see her mouth with the hole through it so that we can see right the way through to the other side, which is very, very fun, very exciting. So we're making sure that all of that comes through to the story. Jabe has this hand scanner, and she has taken a scan of the Doctor, and here's we put this little simple flash on as she scans the Doctor, and then we go close to her scanner, which is a very simple little bit of plastic with a green screen on. I'm able to take a shot that we did of the Doctor. As you can see, Chris is just standing on top of a piece of wood that we rotate, and very, very simply I'm able to put that into the green screen area of Jabe's scanner, and then the mill are able to add all these lovely bits of DNA going on and put the picture in again. And in this instance then the mill tried out slowing down the Doctor, but we're probably adjusting that to go back to a much faster spin so we see more of him.
Identify species. Please identify species. Now stop it. Identify his race. Where's he from? It's impossible.
These are our spiders. These will look absolutely terrible for you, but it'll give you an idea of how we have to view and edit while we're making the program. All I have is one single frame of a spider. I then try and animate the shot such that I can put a spider on doing vaguely the action we want it to do. So the spider will come out, hatch out of the orb, and then disappear off. So here's another sequence with spiders in, and this is a fairly simple one in that the spiders are just congregating in the ventilation ducts of platform 1. So I've got a straightforward shot of a ventilation duct, and then there's a shot of Rose's hand. She's being trapped by one of the spiders and scanned, and we use a little laser pointer to make the mark that the eye of the spider will make. And what I do is I add my little rough spider, so there are spiders running in the background behind the Doctor, and then I start to have spiders congregating in the duct. A spider comes up, scans Rose, and then when the Doctor comes in to see Rose, the spider scampers off and it goes up the wall behind her. So you have to be able to anticipate how the story will look when you've got the real spiders moving. So later on in episode 2, we have a much more action sequence. The situation is such that the Doctor has to get to a system reset switch. Isn't there always one of them?
Oh, and guess where the switch is?
And the system reset switch is hidden at the end of a long corridor in a vent chamber. And he has to go through a number of fans. What we get given again is a series of shots. Here's a shot of Jabe holding down the switch, and here's the wide angle of the fan room with the Doctor running along. And there are various shots of the Doctor against his green screen, because in this sequence he has to act an awful lot of the time against a green screen. So he's just standing in front of something, pretending to look at fans. Now each of these shots needs to be very short because it's a drama sequence, but they also need to be long enough that you understand what's going on. So I temp in different sizes of shots. I temp in the Doctor, I've added him to the shot of Jade there from his green screen, and then the mill are able to give us some shots of fans so that I can start to put the fans in to give us an indication of the sort of thing the Doctor's having to do to jump through. But the difficulty with all of this is trying to make the Doctor jump through at the right point in the storytelling, because at the same time we have a time frame of Rose being trapped in a room. And whilst you've got these huge, wonderful propeller fans, you want to be able to show them, and they're terrific effect shots, but at the same time they're just a shot, and they don't help tell the story in any other part than creating jeopardy for the Doctor. This is a shot that we have that's got all the main participants of the viewing of the destruction of the Earth are in the room called the Manchester Suite, and they're watching the sun begin to explode. But the devastation that the spiders have caused has caused the windows to crack, and the Doctor is going to try and get to the system reset switch and turn all these fans down to get the air conditioning working again. And because the sequence goes on for a number of minutes, you're also trying to build up a pace to it. So there's the window starting to crack. And you begin very quietly and calmly, but as the sequence progresses, the Doctor, it has to become more and more frantic, and Rose starts to become in a mortal danger because the light is streaming in through the cracks and burning her. So the Doctor has to the cutting pace then has to start to get faster and faster, up until a point where the fans are going so fast the Doctor can't do anything. So I use the technique of slow motion in order to get inside the Doctor's head as he really concentrates to move through the fastest moving fan, which is impossible for him to get through, and has required us to do a little bit of reshooting before he gets to the final reset switch. So you're watching the Doctor with men and fans blowing wind at him, and then eventually you get the next bit, which allows you to say, am I playing the shot long enough, too short, too quick, in order to tell this story? And that's how visual effects become part of a journey rather than just a straightforward, this is what we're doing.
So when I first read this amazing script with fantastic locations and you know, a scene direction that said the Earth blows up, I always knew it was possible. I always knew that we could create something amazing, but the question was how. Episode 2 involves a huge amount of CGI. There's something in the region of about 220 CGI shots. So when we stage the scenes, obviously those elements aren't there. For example, the spiders at the beginning of the episode, they're just absent on the floor when you're shooting them. So the camera's moving around, kind of following something that doesn't exist. All the actors are there, kind of their eye lines looking at things which aren't there. So that's all a bit scary on the floor. And then when you cut it together in the first picture cut, they're still absent. So you're kind of looking at something which is half finished, and it stays half finished until the very last moments of post-production. So there's a huge leap of faith that you have to make, that you kind of believe that what you read on the page once upon a time, the spiders threaten platform 1, that is actually dramatically great. And when I first saw all those shots composited together, it was like me standing there looking out over the Earth and seeing the sun blossom into a red giant in the distance. It was dreamlike. The Doctor's journey through this series is one of having to come to terms with what's happened to his people and what's happened to his planet, and the profound sense of loss and possibly guilt and loneliness that he feels. And kind of talking to Chris about what it's like to feel that lonely was a key to making those scenes soulful and truthful. And similarly for Billy, I mean, in the scenes in The End of the World, where she's looking out of the window and the Doctor gives her the gizmo in the phone so that she can phone her mum, and suddenly she realises that her mum is dead and that she's alone. And I think talking about what being that lonely must feel like was really important to helping Billy understand what the scene was about. Zoe was great fun to direct because it was kind of like directing a radio play. She came into the dubbing suite and because there wasn't any makeup, there wasn't any costume, it was just her, and she had the script in front of her, and so she wasn't anxious at all about having to learn lines, and she walked into the booth and she just had fun with it. It would be really easy for Cassandra to be a pantomime villain. She is a witch. She kind of, you know, she's gone through 5 husbands. She used to be a little boy. She's had close on 800 plastic surgery operations. She could be an absolute monster. She and I talked a lot about it needs to be fun, and she needs to enjoy herself. She loves the fact that she's funny. She loves the fact that she's, you know, the queen of the ball when she walks in. But also, she has to have she has anxieties about herself. She's very insecure. That's why she's had so many plastic surgery operations. She's terrified of dying, which is one of the great themes of the episodes. So that's something that she fights against. And she desperately wants to be young. And she's so jealous of Rose when Rose turns up. So it's kind of what we talked about was the combination of psychological realism and of really enjoying the campness of the role. The giant birds were a dream because all they did was, you know, they were very responsive to direction. The kids, the kids were having lots of fun and really enjoyed themselves, and you know, sometimes picked their nose and sometimes kind of got a bit tired towards the end of the day. So occasionally you see these, you know, these are the characters, the staff children are the waiting staff at the most exclusive hotel in the universe, Platform 1, and yet you see them kind of slouched against the pillar or kind of, you know, twiddling their thumbs occasionally. But you know, they were, at the end of the day, they were good. The bit that moves me and touches me the most is the scene where Rose is looking out of the window and the Earth is gone, and she says, "Oh, the Earth is gone, and nobody was even looking. Nobody even noticed. We were all too busy saving ourselves." And then the Doctor kind of offers his hand and says, "Come with me." And outside the window, this huge chunk of rock spins as it's coming past. And every time I see that, it gives me, shivers down my spine.
Phantasmagoria is this?
Well, it's here, a day I thought would never arrive. I'm on my way into White City, Centre House, BBC, to have my first meeting about writing for Doctor Who.
Well, that passed off very well. Very warm and lovely reception. Everyone unbelievably excited that we're actually doing Doctor Who. Can't quite believe it. A lot of pinching going on. That's Russell. Yeah, so now I sort of took them through my ideas based on Russell's original outline of the story. What I'm sort of juggling with at the moment is the idea of the story of the maid and her dead brother. And I suppose giving it a more serious edge, the idea that she's eager for the dead to come back, and in fact the aliens, which are at the moment not necessarily power crazed, are just trying to survive. Their idea of housing themselves in the dead is not a bad notion as far as they're concerned. Obviously to humanity at large it's beyond the pale. I suppose the only real danger at the moment is that I think everyone's expecting me to kind of produce a romp, spooky, definitely spooky, but mostly a romp. And funnily enough, all the themes of spiritualism and death and mourning in it, I don't know, I somehow think against expectations it might turn out to be a bit more serious. Actually slightly nervous about starting after all these years, although I've told everyone I've had it in my head for 30 odd years. But it's very different thinking this will be the one, this is actually going on television, this is Doctor Who, not just a book or even an audio play. It's the real thing, and it's extraordinary how much pressure I'm feeling. I think I might ring up a couple of the others and see how they're feeling, and also the big question is how to write this new Doctor based on Russell's first episode and then presumably on the casting of whoever it is. We don't know yet. But yeah, that was couldn't really have gone better. It's the kind of meeting you like to think you have all the time, rarely do. So I better get on with it. Well, it's going well, I think. It is turning into a bit more of a romp than I expected, which is probably good news. I didn't want it to be maudlin. Then I try to find a way of defeating them through the properties of the gas that they exist in. That's why they're hiding in the pipes. It's their natural environment. So the logical thing was to change the state of the environment that they inhabit. So cooling it seems to be the logical thing. That's what you do with gas. You can cool gas, change its state. And when you change it, when you remove the carbon dioxide and other properties from it, it becomes a liquid. So I thought maybe that's the way to defeat them. Liquefy them, bottle them up, chuck them away, put them in the fridge. The others and I went out for an Indian meal yesterday in Hammersmith, a place called Chula. Steve Moffat, Paul Cornell, Rob Shearman, and we kind of just had a group hug over the barges. Just so delighted to be doing it, not quite believing we were allowed to. We eased out tidbits about our stories, and then as the drink flowed, more and more came out. Huge chunks of dialogue and plot, everyone getting very excited. I have to say the stories sound just wonderful, and I just thought, God, as a season this has got it's so juicy. It's like, God, people hopefully we're just going to love it. So I'm trying the idea of maybe starting the whole episode with the TARDIS scene. Russell's very keen to have journeys in the TARDIS now much more dangerous. The floor plate's lifting, so it's just the Doctor's barely in control of it. So this is their first journey into the past. He wants to make more of it. In that way, which kind of gets back to my original idea about it, you won't see anything of 1860 until it's through Rose's eyes. So the first thing you see of it will be the TARDIS doors opening onto that snowy garden at night, and all the wonder of that, followed by straight into the seance, and then the Gelf arriving on that. They also wanted more of the Gelf personified. Now that's something I've been slightly going against to avoid the kind of Doctor cliche. But I think maybe they're right. I think Phil Collinson said maybe the reason it's a cliche is because that's what Doctor Who does very well, and you kind of want those moments. It's frustrating process. I can't seem to do it at the moment. I'm going to go for a walk now, try and blow some cobwebs away and have a think. The heart of it. I probably need to read Russell's script again to get more of the flavour of the new approach. I think what's happening is it's becoming too traditional, Doctor-companion relationship, and not that I don't want to, destroy all that, but yeah, difficult, very difficult. It's Christopher Eccleston. Doctor Who is Christopher Eccleston. An amazing sequence of days, starting on Friday. There was just suddenly all over the internet a real buzz in the air. I went in to see Lorraine and said, "Is it true?" And she said, "What?" And it was all very secretive, negotiations still going on, and then by the end of the day it had been announced, and they sort of bounced into it. All very strange. Very positive reaction all round. Most people I've spoken to had initial thoughts of his doer sort of TV persona is at odds with the fun of Doctor Who, but I just keep thinking of, first of all, having worked with him and met him, and he's a nice guy, and he wants to have more fun in his life, in his career rather. But secondly, you could have said the same about William Hartnell, tough guy image, and yet he found something in Doctor Who which was never given to him anywhere else. So I think it's a fantastic choice, and as I said to Russell in an email the other day, it's the kind of heavyweight casting that finally kicks into touch, well, for some time at least, those sorts of tabloid stories about Lawrence Welland-Bowen or Debbie McGee or other non-actors or weathermen being given the best job on television. So it's a statement of intent, it's a serious decision, and it's marvellous, I think. And now, of course, we can start thinking about tailoring the scripts to him. It's April the 6th, I think. I'm on the floor here because my chair is just broken.
But here I am, nevertheless, in Lisbon, adding a little local colour to this video diary. Very funny idea, change of direction to open it out a bit and to get away from the house, is to set it in a funeral parlour and have the Gelf already coming through Gwyneth, although she doesn't know it, and sort of experimenting on various members of the dead, so that the Undertaker and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Sneed, as they're now going to be, are much more... It's actually a sort of professional embarrassment that they can't keep the dead down. And I can see lots of scenes as immediately very exciting and funny. And I came up with the idea of that Dickens has a fan who pursues him through all his reading. He stops in the middle of the reading that we see him at, because the woman, his fan, is in the front row, but she's actually been dead for a week. And she's on the loose from Sneed's parlour, and they're traipsing around Cardiff in a hearse trying to track it down. So there's a lot of stuff there, a lot of fun, building towards a climactic seance where the Gelf come through properly, which I think is very good. All sound stuff. I just wonder, in the middle of this, whether I'm going to lose a lot of the Gwyneth drama, which I really like. The major problem was, I thought, starting from a much more comedic place. A scene I love immediately, where a man is shown in to see his dead relative,
has a quiet moment. She reaches up from the coffin, starts to throttle him, and the Undertaker comes in and unexpectedly rolls his eyes and shouts, "Gwyneth, get your bloody bones down here, we've got another one." So it was hard in that sort of context to then, as it were, rescue a lot of the grimness. I know, I mean, that's what Russell wanted, because he thought it was just becoming too grim and it was in danger of being a play for today rather than Doctor Who, which is absolutely true, I think. It's just a process, and it's difficult. It becomes difficult to hang on to things you really treasure because they simply don't work anymore. So I wrote a whole draft with Mr. and Mrs. Sneed, and then realised that Mrs. Sneed was superfluous because the heart of the story is still Gwyneth and Gwyneth's powers. And I put in all that stuff about her knowing how much sugar the Doctor takes in his tea, and up that to show that she had latent psychic powers she wasn't aware of. And I brought in a fake medium, Gideon Mortlock, who was going to do all that stuff, all the fun stuff there. Sent it away and then got a very positive response, had a great meeting. And the big thing was to give Dickens this journey of his, and it's about him confronting the fact that his rational beliefs just don't count for squat. So I'm pretty pleased with what I've done. He kind of runs away and then makes a bold decision to come back and help the Doctor, and it is he who comes up with the notion of turning on the gas taps to draw the Gelf out, which I thought worked well. Whether it's right or not, I don't know, but it seemed like the only way to give him a real job at the end.
Tell us more coherently where we are.
Right, where we are, the three of us, the four of us in fact, as you climbed as well, even though you're behind the camera.
I am camera.
As the we four, the Chula, as we are known, are meeting collectively to go to the first read-through of the new series of Doctor Who, Christopher Eccleston and Billy Piper. And we're going to listen to some episodes written by Russell T Davies, who isn't here because he's a smart ass.
And how have you enjoyed the experience so far?
So far, I've had a whale of time. I've really loved it. It's brilliant. Brilliant. I never get to write anything like this. I only write about breasts and people having complex love lives. To write about monsters and have cliffhangers and...
Monsters, breasts and complex love life.
Yes. In fact,
that's the difference.
The moment in my script, I don't know if this is going to survive, so I'll put it here, there's a major plot twist around breasts. I don't think I can get away with that. I keep working out how I'm going to write the scene.
The sound of Robert Holmes spinning.
Yes.
All right, I'm moving now across. Please identify yourself.
I'm Paul Cornell.
Tell us some more about yourself.
I'm a rather bad writer of television, but quite a good writer of novels, I think. Who's lucked out and finally got his dream come true since I was 10, of writing a Doctor Who story for TV.
Tell us a little about your story, Paul.
Mine's called Wounded Time, and is about Rose's past and family.
Which episode is it?
8.
How have you enjoyed the experience so far?
It's been fantastic.
It's so upbeat, this, I love it.
I've got to do what I want to do, and I'm thoroughly proud of what I've written.
Excellent. You know the only sad thing? We'll never clear this music.
Mark, are you out there?
Please identify yourself.
I'm Rob Shearman. I'm also a writer on the new series of
What a coincidence.
It's amazing, isn't it? We're all here.
On which episode are you kind of writing?
I'm kind of writing episode 6, which hasn't got a title at the second for various reasons, which may or may not become clear
Posterity,
later.
surely this is okay.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
Well, my episode was called Dalek, and
what was it about?
and, we read the episode 1, episode 4, and episode 5 around a big table at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, and it's gobsmacking. It's actually now really happening. Doctor Who we're actually starting, and Christopher Eccleston is extraordinary. He's got the charm and the humour and all the light touches and the great serious gravitas that I was hoping for, and he's got an amazing rapport with Dame Billy Piper as Rose, and it's just going to be such fun. And actually seeing it for the first time, and obviously everyone was very nervous because read-throughs are always very, very tense. Sitting around a big table and just seeing all the cast just relax and have fun with it, and just seeing how well it's going to be. Terribly exciting. You know, Doctor Who starts again now.
August the 4th, Bray Studios. On location, Miss Marple, as you can probably tell. And we looked at some sort of mood boards for episode 3, and they'd done their research, lovely stuff, and we talked about casting. To my delight, they had seen Alan David, old favourite of mine, who was top of my list for Sneed, and he loved him, so really fingers crossed for that.
Today is the day, Doctor Who Day, in the car on the way to Cardiff for the first day of shooting on my episode of Doctor Who, The Unquiet Dead. It's been a long journey, and we've still got to get to Cardiff. But the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day, the beaches are open, and well, can't wait.
Yet let any man explain, if he can, how it was. Sorry, I stopped. Cut that. Okay, cut and reset. Thank you. Sorry, no, what's this?
How it happened.
Oh, no. Cut and reset.
I'm doing it at night. I'm doing it at night vision, like Most Haunted.
Dickens says, what phantasmagoria is this? And Mrs. Peace stands up and she lets a cry come from her lips, and the ghost raises from her face and starts swirling about above her head, or a foot above her head. So what I need you to do is to react to that action. So on Dickens' line,
and action!
Oi! Leave her alone! Doctor, I'll get him!
Be careful! Cut!
Great. So it's a tribute to the script, bless him. He's such a Dickens expert. He's so enthusiastic. And Chris was saying to me how he's completely dedicated to it, really wants to go for it and loves the idea. And it was magic, really. The strangest thing of all was just hearing people casually saying the Gelf, especially the first assistant line to say, so the Gelf is streaming up into the upper circle, and you look at that, and the Gelf come through, and then the Gelf over there. It's just a silly name for Doctor Who monster. Power. Fantastic. So I had a wonderful day, one of the nicest days of my whole life, probably.
So, Eros, say some words for my video diary for this episode. Tell me why this is your favourite episode of anything you've ever done.
Wrth y môr, Dr. William Taylor. Mae'n peth gorau yn y byd.
I'll subtitle it.
I'm Phil, I'm the producer. When you get to go out on set, I'm very much involved in all of the creative decisions. Who we cast, what they wear, what the monsters look like. And you're right at the heart, it's the best job in the world because you are absolutely one of the first people in the door and you're one of the last people to go out the door when the series is finished. I mean, I also oversee all the post-production, I attend all the dubs, all the grades, the online, which is the stage when the special effects go into the show, tweak things, take things out, add things. Yeah, no, it's terribly creative. I spent the first 3 months waking up in abject terror at 4 o'clock in the morning thinking, how are we ever going to keep this show going? It's going to grind to a halt. It's a terribly complicated shoot. On any one day we've got stunts and special effects and physical effects and green screens and people in prosthetics and monster suits. You name it, we've got it. I'm the man standing at the side cracking the whip saying, well, no, he can't take the head off. I think we've managed to film in places that a normal drama series would never have been able to do. The police have been fantastic at closing roads for us. We closed one of the main roads in the centre of Cardiff on a Wednesday night. And the policeman said to me, you know, this is Doctor Who, you wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't, but we'll help you. Cardiff's wonderful to film in because it's kind of has everything. We've done everything with it. We found a huge warehouse where we built our sets. We've turned Cardiff into London. we've filmed in classical, neoclassical buildings and turned them into space stations. I mean, it's kind of got a bit of everything. It's got a real rich architecture. It's very close to the seaside. You can be 5 minutes in stately homes. You can be up in the hills. It's got a great tapestry, really, and it's easy to move around. It's not too busy. The slightly unusual bit of this production is Russell's involvement, because it's not very usual for the writer to be so heavily involved, just because often they're off writing. Russell's so extraordinary that he manages to write fantastic scripts and come to all the viewings and watch casting tapes and come out to set and get involved with the music and get involved on every single creative level. One of the main reasons I wanted to do it was because Russell's scripts are so fabulous, and they are so true to the spirit of the old series whilst being something completely new and different and vibrant. And the nice bit of watching them is to watch them with him and to see how much he's enjoying them and to see how much he's appreciating what we've managed to achieve. I think parents will watch with their kids just to make sure it's not too scary, which is a great starting point, you know. And yes, it's scary, yes, there are monsters, but it's also very funny. And Chris and Billy have a great on-screen chemistry, which is terribly reassuring, because the way they play the adventures, they enjoy them. They're never terrified by the monsters, they're never terrified by the situations. And they're great bits of television, they're big, epic pieces of television, the sort of thing that you don't really see very often, and to be right at the heart of something like that is really amazing.
I'd heard slightly in advance of the announcement that it was coming back and spent a kind of week in a puddle of sweat, anxiety, thinking if they don't ask me, I'll just die. But I did. The biggest challenge was the whole notion of how to create a living, breathing, new television series rather than a kind of faithful recreation of the past. I just immediately felt happy and confident about doing a Victorian ghost story, fake seances and undertakers, and it's just my kind of thing, I'm afraid. Always has been. It's kind of like the Doctor Who story I've been waiting to write since I was 4. There's some brilliant detail which I had in it, which didn't really survive, but I really wanted to. The whole fakery stuff. I love the spirit cabinets and the ectoplasm. What I find extraordinary about it is the same parlour tricks are being played now on the telly, and people still fall for them. Does anybody get really narked when somebody says something? And someone puts their hand on it, yeah. And they go out and say, it was amazing. You knew I had a dog, you knew I had a grandma and she died. This thing they used to do, they just turn the gas down and the medium would have a glove on their foot. And they'd everywhere would be holding hands, and they'd just go like that over the table. And people would see you go, oh my God! And they'd touch the hand and it was cold because it was a glove, you know, painted with luminous paint and all that stuff. But it survived in some of Dickens' scepticism about luminous tambourines and squeeze boxes. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I just love all that detail. Gwyneth, the parlour maid, the only servant as she eventually turned out, in the first draft, she died halfway through. After I delivered the first draft, everyone just loved Gwyneth and they wanted more of her, and she became much more the focus of it. It's fascinating. I'm just thinking about that the other day, that how different it can be from first draft to last draft, you know. You always think, well, that's great, that's the one. I think, yeah, it's quite a long way to go now. It's not a bad thing to say that Simon Callow was on everybody's lips, you'd like that. But I guess we just thought he'd never do it, you know, especially being such a kind of Dickens scholar. You might think of it as sort of taking the rise, but then the delightful thing was how complimentary he was about the script in terms of its sort of sincere approach to a rounded Dickens, especially as he is, and it's late in his life when he was a rather weary and disappointed man, who then kind of rediscovers his love of life through this adventure with TV's Doctor Who. I watched my episode without effects just before Christmas,
as a little Christmas present. I was locked in a dark room in the centre house with an armed guard, practically. But I cried my eyes out, of course. I think I'd be very proud to think that was finally my contribution to Doctor Who. Having said that, I'd like to write with a 17, at least. When I read the script for The Unquiet Dead, it had those elements which are genuinely terrifying, of the dead coming back to life, of the dead killing the living, of Rose being put in mortal danger by these really scary creatures. And I don't think I ever deliberately camped up the terror of what Mark had written. I think I was always trying to be dramatically faithful to it. And so when the shocks come, when Mrs. Peace's eyes open in the coffin, that it's about making that moment dramatic as it's written, rather than forcing something that isn't there. For me, it wasn't too scary. But I mean, I was really pleased. I mean, when you've worked on a show, when you've worked on an episode for 9 months, and you've seen it so many times, you know, nothing shocks you, nothing makes you laugh, nothing scares you, because you've seen it so many times. And when I was in the dub, kind of mixing the music and setting all the final dialogue levels, there was one moment in the theatre as these ghosts are whirling about that really gave me the creeps, and it cheered me up so much. Sometimes the biggest villain when you're directing is time, and trying to master time and to kind of tame it so that you actually get everything you need in a day is the biggest challenge, and that terrifies me. The snow scenes in The Unquiet Dead involve an awful lot of work, because there's prep work for the snow layers to come down and actually spray this stuff on the ground, which is made of paper mostly. There's the fear of it raining and washing the whole lot away before you've even shot a frame. There's also, when we shot in Swansea, there's the issue of the wind, because the wind was kind of howling down a wind tunnel, basically, where we were shooting, and kind of whipping up this snow and driving it into the actor's eyes, driving it into the horse's eyes. So that was a bit of a big deal. Also, there's when the snow is actually falling from the sky, there's a mechanical sound. It's like a lawnmower. The scene in episode 3 that I'm really, that really moves me, is the scene where Dickens says goodbye to the Doctor and Rose, and he asks, he tells the Doctor that, you know, he sees so much into he can see the future so well. Can he tell him what happens to his books? And the Doctor says, well, your books last forever. And there's something about the magic of time travel that really excites me.
What's it going to be?
Forwards.
How far?
100 years.
Okay, that's some of the sound we've just had from location. We wanted to kind of build it up and make it a more interesting soundtrack, more layers and whatnot. So let's see what we've got if we start playing in some of the additional effects that we've got.
It's your choice. What's it going to be?
Forwards.
That's without the sound.
How far?
100 years.
There's a mechanical and organic process going on. There's big hissing sounds and droning sounds that come out of it as well.
There you go. Step outside those doors. It's the 22nd century.
You okay?
That's a bit boring though. Do you want to go further?
Fine by me.
That's what it sounds by itself.
10,000 years in the future. Step outside, it's the year 12,005, the new Roman Empire.
You think you're so impressive.
I am so impressive.
You wish.
Right.
You can hear the cooling pings, little squeaks. Pumping it to make it go faster. The whole idea of the TARDIS now is it's not an electronic thing, it's an organic thing. It lives and breathes. It's very mechanical. Whereas before there'd be hums and electronic noises associated with the TARDIS, and everything would make a bleep or a block. But now it's a living, breathing animal. We still use a lot of the sound that Brian Hodgson originally developed from the very, very beginning, and we can use that as a basis. One of the background sounds you hear there for the TARDIS comes from which is in fact the TARDIS sample played very slowly in the bottom of and we get kind of an organic feeling that comes out of it, but still it's nice because it's actually come from the original sound from the early 1960s. Once we've got in the keyboard, we can start using it in a flexible way to start winding it up, put some effects on it.
My name is Clive Evans and I'm the location manager for the new series of Doctor Who. We are down in the basement of the BBC, of Broadcasting House, and in episode 2 we used this as our maintenance corridor. We had a scene here with Doctor Who and Jabe, where Jabe was explaining her roots to the Doctor Who. There's a bit of a pun there, and you'll know what that pun is when you watch. This is the maintenance corridor in a space station set 5 million years from now. So all this cabling is actually part of what goes on at the BBC. So we have not to add too much to this. The art department brought in a little bit of flattage and had these automatic doors, one either side, which is what Doctor Who used his sonic screwdriver on. So what's special is that there wasn't a lot to do. We just turn up and shoot. As well as being visually fantastic, not a lot for the art department to do. We can get our crew very close, you know, in the way of the vehicles, technical vehicles, and that just through those doors and up the stairs, there's the publicum lot, which we use to park all of our vehicles. So everything is within easy reach, really. I'll get a script, then I'll sit down with Ed, our designer, and he'll go through exactly what he's looking for and what he can work with. And well, we go through exactly what's a location and what's going to be a build, and then he'll tell me what he's looking for in that location, and then I'll do my best to offer 3 or 4 options. Billy's flat was a real headache, and in the end we couldn't find anything, because as well as finding what is visually good, you've got to find something which offers plenty of space, because you've got 20 odd people behind the camera, as well as your artists and as well as your background artists. So you need space, and finding a 3-bedroom flat with a lot of space has proved to be the biggest headache for us. But we didn't find it, so we had to build it. Well, I did find one flat in Gabalfa, and I did think it was a little bit of a wind-up, because it was on the 3rd floor. I'd been given a bit of a tip-off about this flat. And when I turned up, I knocked the door, and I could hear the theme tune to Doctor Who play. And it wasn't a wind-up, as it happens. I went in, mentioned who I was, and he thought it was a wind-up as well. And I went in, had a look around, and there were about 20 models of TARDISes everywhere, and Daleks. It was just a bit spooky. And he thought it was a wind-up, thought somebody had sent him around. He was studying my business card and couldn't believe that the location manager from Doctor Who was there. One of my favourites has been interior 10 Downing Street. We did put the call in to find out if we could actually film there, but we were laughed at, actually. So, which we used Hensel Castle for. And to see that transformed into a 10 Downing Street, that was wonderful as well. That was, what we're looking for is depth. The DOP is always looking for depth, unusual shapes, something that he can really play around with the lighting. And they also, for some reason, they like pillars and things like that, things they can shoot through. What can go wrong? Wow, this is endless. We lost part of Belvedere Road behind County Hall, and we had a day to sort something out, and we have actually, during rush hour on the Monday morning, we managed to close Whitehall for one of the scenes in Ep1, I think it was. And that was a real, I was quite chuffed with what happened there. That was brilliant. We pulled it off with about 3 police officers, just closed it. The place, the whole street was empty. It was wonderful. Another thing that did make me happy, which I thought was stunning, was when we closed off all the streets in Swansea, and they were full of snow, and seeing Simon Callow coming down as Dickens, as Charles Dickens walking through there, that was quite special. The acting has been brilliant. A lot of special effects have been fantastic, but what will really stand out are the locations. It'd be nice to have a bottomless pit to work with, so you could just throw a serious amount of money. And the problem has been really, a lot of people think that we have got a bottomless pit, so they've asked for silly amounts of money for us to film in these places, which, as I mentioned earlier, is why we've lost a couple of locations, because people believe that because it's the BBC, you've got an endless budget to work with, which we haven't. So that's been the most difficult thing, is keeping within budget. Next one of my block is Blitz, around the Blitz, so that's going to be quite a challenge. I think we're about halfway there. We've got half the locations in place, but some of the street stuff and the bomb site, the wasteland and stuff could be a bit of a challenge, but it'll be nice. Promise.
I'm Damien, I'm the boom operator. Hold the microphone above all the artists' heads, so the sound is all picked up, so you hear what they say. Obviously hold the long pole above your head for long periods of time without moving it. Obviously because of that you need to do reasonable distance judging. You've got to be able to hold, just judge where the microphone is, be able to move quietly, otherwise your footsteps over all the artists speaking, which is generally not a good idea. Apart from that, I think it's reasonably straightforward. The TARDIS set is quite a challenge for doing. There's a big central console, which is always a nightmare, because if the artist walk around it, what do I do with my boom? I can't go straight across it. You have to move very fast, sort of run away from it, so you can actually get the pole around and run back in again. Nobody notices. Expect something unexpected almost every day.
I'm Davy Jones, and I'm the makeup designer on Doctor Who. The one thing I've just had the most fun with really was the character Mrs. Peace in the Dickens one we did. So with her it was just more or less zombies with just, you know, your palettes and stuff, no appliances and stuff, but contacts and good old back to brush and stick and makeup. So that was the nicest. I like that. Just, you know, kid stuff. Make us 12 zombies in a set, so that's fantastic to do that. So, but nice zombies, no arms falling off and half a head and stuff. I would really like to do it, but you know, it's still nice to do.
Where do you get your inspiration from?
I suppose it's like everything. It's a little weeny bit of plagiarism. You're looking around for everything. I mean, it depends and stuff. In the summer, you know, we were walking through the park and I was picking up these like conker type things that had a great texture on, which I took a silicon stamp off, which then you've got a great texture of something that you've never seen that you can put back into clay, and that becomes your alien skin type. And when we did the Slitheen skin and we needed all the texture, I was literally pushing clay into a towel to get that flocking effect. And you know, like I said, you just every time you look at something, you look at it as a potential what you can use. So it comes from everywhere, from magazines, from materials, from fruit, from anything. With children and stuff like that, it's quite difficult that you can't put them in a chair and keep them still. You can't put them in a chair and keep them there for an hour. And even though you want to do something that is quite elaborate or interesting, you know, like when we had the Blue Children and stuff, we couldn't really get into shading and doing stippling and trying to change paint effects and all that. Try and ask a 5 or a 6 or even an 8-year-old to sit still in a chair, you can't. So sadly, as much as you want to do something amazing, there's a huge compromise that, like, do I upset this child? Does his mother come in and beat the living daylights out of me? You know, I would have loved to have gaffer taped a small child to my chair and done a lovely makeup on him and, you know, make it waterproof so if he screams or cries it doesn't matter, but then, you know, I still got at the end of the night clean it off with wire brush and Dettol or something. Spots are a cool one, because if you're pedantic enough to start watching the episode, you actually start to notice which scenes were shot on what day. I remember a long time ago watching a Wesley Snipes movie, this thing called Passenger 57, where he had the most hugest spot on his cheek, and sadly I missed most of the movie because I could just realise what was shot on that day, because it was there, it was gone, it was there, it was gone. It's the same with us, and all you can do is cover it up, but it's still there, and you just want to hammer it down, but you can't, and you're trying everything. Oh, try this, acid.
You?
Me?
An actor and 3 hours of makeup. What on earth do you find to talk about?
Oh, I can't tell you that. We talk about usually what's happened the night before, or the small talk of, oh, what did you do last night? Where on these hours you usually go, nothing, I had something to eat, had a shower and went to bed. The television, mundane stuff really. Or really, you know, you wait for a big event to happen, like on the news or something, and trying a bit of that. I mean, but anything, and lots of stuff that we can't repeat outside the van. As you do. Confidential, stays in the van until I'm 90 years old and then I have to write my memoirs, so there we go, that's it.
Right, my name's Mike Tucker and I'm the models and miniature effects supervisor on the new series of Doctor Who. Big Ben was one of those moments in the script where initially we weren't quite sure which way to jump. Was it going to be a fully 3D digital effect, or was it going to be a miniature? Fairly obviously we weren't going to do that one full size. A lot of talk about it, a lot of talk about what the best way to go was, and ultimately I got a call from the guys at the mill going, we think that this would be better achieved for the moment of impact where the wing of the Slitheen spacecraft slices through the clock face. That moment should really be done miniature, and the mill obviously would handle the approach and the subsequent crash into the Thames. What we then needed to work out was how much of Big Ben we physically need to build, because obviously it's incredibly complicated architectural structure and it would be a waste of time, effort and money for us to build things that weren't going to be seen on camera. So we established that we needed to go from a couple of feet below the clock face to a couple of feet above, and that because of the angle we were going to shoot it at, we only needed to build 2 corners. So one of those was never going to get destroyed, there was a permanent, and one of them was going to be a breakaway that the wing could slice through. So we had certain architectural details computer cut out of plastic. We could then assemble those into shapes of the various arches and windows and details that we wanted. Took silicon molds off those, and that allowed us to produce pieces in plaster of Paris. Now, where we knew things were going to be solid and unbreakable, we just cast them in plaster normally. Where we knew we wanted them to break, we actually foamed the plaster, so it actually goes very brittle and slightly aerated, and this meant that when the wing comes smashing through, you end up with bits that are going to break off and bits that are going to stay behind. And it allowed us to get not only a lot of detail into the cast pieces, but it also allowed us to make more than one, which actually proved to be essential because it didn't work the way we'd intended on take 1. We actually had to set it all up the following day and do it again.
Aliens and spaceships and things, and I'm the only person on planet Earth who knows they exist.
As discussions evolved with the mill, it became apparent that, yeah, they'd be great at flying the spaceship over London, they'd be great at bringing the spaceship towards Big Ben, but that moment of impact really, really did need to be done in miniatures. And given how ornate a structure the clock tower is, it became a question of how much of it can we afford to build. And eventually we opted for doing just above to just below the clock face. So we're relatively tight in on it, so that the approach to the clock would be done by the mill, and then it's the wing slicing through. So having established that that's what we were going to do, and that it was going to be a slightly 3/4 angle, we knew that we had to build effectively 2 sides of the clock and a bit of wing. Big Ben itself, obviously we just built from scratch, and we built 2 of, so that we had 2 goes at it in case the first take went wrong. So we had the pieces CNC cut out of styrene, about 2 or 3 mil thick, and layered up so that we could build this ornate Gothic architecture. Nick Cool then took silicon moulds off those originals and turned out multiples in plaster so that we could assemble up, you know, 2 faces on a corner, and that one of those faces that was going to get completely destroyed could be taken out and a second one bolted back in. The clock face is an interesting one because in real life it's made up of dozens upon dozens of individually cut pieces of glass, which we simply did not have the time and money to replicate. So Nick and I, after a lot of discussion, ended up doing it in plaster. So it's a very, very thin plaster skin, which then has a pre-cut styrene clock face mounted onto it that had been pre-cut so that we knew it would break apart. So you end up with 2 aspects. You know that the plaster's going to shatter in an uncontrolled and random way, and that the clock face itself we've pre-cut so that you don't get it coming out as one big clock faced shape. It's going to cut into loads of different pieces, and it seemed to work. Okay then, turn over.
Speed!
Unfortunately, take 1 resulted in the clock face falling out as one piece, and that made it an unusable take. So we were forced to sort of go down the route of setting it all up on day 2 and doing it all over again. Turn over.
Speed!
We sat at a production meeting many, many months before anything was shot, and I said, well, one of the things that we need to pin down is which way round this thing needs to be shot. Is it the left wing or is it the right wing of the spacecraft? And at the time I left the production meeting, it was the left wing of the spacecraft coming through the clock face. Things happen in television, you know, months down the line when the sequence is being edited together and when the CG is being put in. Obviously it looked better approaching from the other way, and suddenly it was the right wing that was needed. So unfortunately the shot has had to be flopped. I have to say, it took me a couple of viewings before I realised it, and I hope it's so fast and so subliminal that nobody's going to notice that.
The tile is flat. See what's on the shelves. Julie Cooper. That's a good read. Mum does hairdressing from home.
Okay, let's
Ornaments. Something resembling a bong.
You video diary in your home.
Yeah.
This is where I live.
Ah, Jules. Hello. This is my mum. Hello, baby.
So what I'm thinking of doing, Billy, is of shooting, and we're going to shoot this as a 2-shot. from there, which is kind of through the doorway, so we've got a sense of maybe somebody's not watching you, but there's somebody else.
It's an intimate moment.
And then I'm going to come in and do a take the two show, and then I'm going to cross shoot the dialogue as well.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, let's have a rehearsal now.
Okay.
Lovely.
Okay, let's have a quiet rehearsal, please.
I'm Neil Gorton, and I'm the creature prosthetics designer, and I'm responsible for making aliens, physical aliens. Every time in the script there's an alien character described, first of all there's a discussion to decide whether it's going to be a CG effect or whether it's going to be a real thing, and if it's a real thing, and then I step in and we build. It can either be a simple makeup on someone, a prosthetic, or it can be giant rubber things like this. This character is the face of Bo. He was fun to build. He was described in the script as a giant face floating in a big fish tank. It's a very benign character who just kind of floats around in the background and doesn't really do a lot in the story, but he's just adds to the rich texture of the world of Doctor Who. Most of the inspiration comes from nature in life. I mean, you look at that. I mean, it is basically humanoid, but you've just adjusted it. You've tweaked it, changed it, painted it in a slightly, I don't know, it's probably fish-inspired. Bo is radio-controlled. He uses servo motors. The only thing that moves on him is the whole thing would move around, but the only animatronic part is the eye. The process of coming up with the character, I mean, it always starts with the script. The script's always the first point of call, and there'll be a description. It might be, as in this case, you know, a couple of lines. I'll sit down and do some drawings. Maybe the art department might do some drawings. But between us, we all just kind of put the ideas together, do designs, run them past Russell. Sometimes he's got very specific ideas for what he wants. Other times, as with Bo, literally I did one drawing, showed it to Russell, and he went, "That's great, that's it." And we proceeded to build it. Bo started as a giant clay sculpture. We modelled in clay, and there was almost a ton of clay because it's so bloody big. And then we've made moulds of that, and we've cast it in rubber. And what we've done is the majority of it's in a hard rubber over a fiberglass shell. But then the eye areas, and the only bit that moves on this is the eyes, because Bo doesn't have any lines, doesn't say anything. It's a very kind of quiet character. So we just did that in a soft rubber, and the whole thing is radio controlled. So it's servo motors that any hobbyist would use for a radio controlled car or airplane. We use exactly the same principle, the same control units, and the eyes are linked to a radio control, and someone can stand by and just twiddle knobs, and the eyes will look around and blink. Everything's possible. That's the thing. That's what we do. That's why you've got me, you've got the Mill, you've got Mike Tucker in his model department. Everything's possible. It's just degrees of possibility, really. An example would be the Slidine character. We've worked with the Mill doing digital effects, and they've got this wonderful eye blink. It's like a really fast animal shutter. It looks really bizarre and alien, and it's just a nice little thing where we've combined myself and the Mill to produce something using animatronics and digital effects. And this is just one of their arms. It's worn as part of a costume. There's also a CGI version of the creature for when it's running around. But we have a costume version, and the head's all animatronic, and the hands, because obviously the hand is so far away from the performer's hand, we've got a mechanical system in there so that basically they can pull levers and all the fingers will operate. And they can get quite long. They can grab people and claw at the camera. Troublesome creatures would probably be the Autons. They've got to be able to see where they're going. But of course you can't have these big holes and have a pair of eyes there. So how do you make them see? It sounds simple, but it was a massive problem. We've got to have tens and 20, 30 of these things running up and down Cardiff High Street. How do the people wearing them breathe? And how do they see? And how do they not run into things? I had to make anything for Doctor Who. I mean, I did get to do one of the things I wanted to do. Has already happened, and that was the creature inside the Dalek. Because everyone, you know, it has been shown before, but not really designed or looked at properly. So an iconic thing is to create the creature inside the Dalek, the thing that drives the Dalek. If I could have anyone else's job, I would have Russell's job. Because I'm sure he's dealt with a lot of pressure, but he also gets to say, like that, don't like that. And to be able to go, no, I want it done my way. Must be fun. But also, it's fun. He's, I think, really honestly, the person who's having the most fun on this is Russell.
I sort of the dialogues, which are what's been recorded on location. Make sure it's all technically fine and happy and everybody can understand the words. If not, I go out on location with my little laptop. I then do all the sound design of any aliens, which mostly are vocal effects, morphed with other sounds, which could be lion roars, elephants, pitch shifted. The Slitheen's, for instance, there's quite a lot of speech, so you can't really manipulate it too much, because you can't just go. You have to have this sort of. You've got to understand what they're saying. One of the Slitheen is actually me, so I can tell you the sound I was going for was that obviously the Slitheen is sort of banging up against the door, so it's sort of. So that's the sort of sound that we start with, and this is what we tend to end up with. Basically, every single element of the soundtrack has to be augmented or replaced if it has dialogue on. So we have to go through I have to go through every frame of the film, basically, and if someone is doing this, we're talking over it, I'm going into the TARDIS now, we have to do and remake those hand taps. We try to make the soundtrack as if you strip all the dialogue away. You can revoice it in whatever language, and it should hopefully sound the same as the English version. Now this is the section where Slitheen's outside trying to break through. Obviously we played the growls to you earlier on. Now this is the sort of the Foley footsteps that we're doing as well. So obviously I'll play you this section, and hope you have fun with it.
I'm Helen Rayner and I'm the script editor. Most series have an incredibly detailed document which gives you everything from your characters' birthdays to their knicker size. What we had with this was that Russ, right at the very beginning of the series, drew up a document which outlined very clearly where the series as a whole was going to go in terms of character and tone, and what his ambitions were for it. All the writers worked off a rough outline guide which gave anything from a paragraph to a single sentence about what the episode was going to be. So if nothing else, you generally know what the title is and roughly when it's going to be set, etc. The first thing you do is try and switch off the phone, switch off the computer, and go and hide in a cupboard to read it, because you need to sit down and just read the whole thing cover to cover and get as realistic an idea as you can of the whole sweep of it. And then jump up and down and celebrate and ring everyone else and check that they've read it and see what they think, etc., etc. And then ring the writer, because the writers, the minute they send the scripts off, they always sound so blasé, but in fact what they're doing is sitting by the phone, imagining us all reading them, going, wow, that'll never work, that's terrible. So you need to ring the writer very quickly and say, no, it's fine, it's all right, it's brilliant. In general, we agree about the sort of the broad points and the structure and what goes on, but there's nearly always a bit that one person absolutely loves but another person isn't sure about, and so obviously we need to kind of get to a consensus before we go back to the writer, because it's no good going, well, some of us like it but some of us don't, etc. Scripts at final draft stage are often very different from how they started out, but that's just because they do grow and evolve in their own ways. I mean, it's nearly always the case that there's a character in a first draft that everyone responds to incredibly positively, and this has happened on virtually everything I've worked to, and the writer's surprised by that, because they may not actually have written that character as the main focus, or indeed thought that they were a particularly engaging character themselves. In Mark Gatiss' episode, there was a character called Gwyneth, who is a sort of housemaid come scullery maid, and she was beautifully written in the first draft, and she had a lovely presence about her and a lovely voice, but wasn't an enormously strong player in the story. And now she's actually, without giving away too much, she's actually at the heart of the episode and an actual kind of a linchpin in terms of the story. The only problem with relocating things is that, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but despite the number of people looking at the script and despite the number of people sort of overseeing it and making sure it all fits, the number of times a stray line creeps in, which was beautifully relevant to its previous setting and now has no meaning. I mean, you can't be in the interior TARDIS and have someone say, "Oh, can you put those spoons away?" or something, because the scene used to be somewhere else. But it nearly always happens, and it always, it takes somebody who's never read the scenes before to pick it up and go, "What cat? Where's the cat?" And you go, "Oh no, the cat was in the other location." So doing those at the last minute isn't ideal, just because, cats and spoons. Do you know, I'd write a future episode. Because one of the lovely things about doing Doctor Who is that almost all teledrama, no matter how good it is set here in the present day, and almost every scene is going to be in a kitchen, a bedroom, a police station, a hospital, a doctor's waiting room. And that's not to say that drama's bad at all. It's all as good as it is well written. And there's virtually nothing you can work on where you can read a direction that says, we're in the year 500,000 and we're in outer space watching a planet explode or something like that. And I think just suddenly opening up that whole imaginative world would be such an opportunity. To get the first episode of Doctor Who and to print it off and to read it was just absolutely momentous. And I knew that I wouldn't be able to get a clear run at it at work, so I saved it and took it home with me and just sort of sat down in the kitchen and read it from cover to cover. And it was astonishingly exciting. It was one of those real moments that you kind of, you treasure when it's sort of the middle of the night and you're working really hard in the middle of the series. You think, no, that was a brilliant moment, and that's what needs to keep us going. And then, of course, like any script, no matter how good, you get into the nuts and bolts of production, and what was a beautiful moment on page becomes quite a sort of an arid moment on a schedule, and becomes something that appears on the rushes, etc., etc. And so kind of recapturing the magic of that first moment of reading it was the Doctor meeting Rose for the first time. It was the Doctor explaining to Rose who he was. And of course it's wonderful to read, but when you actually see them doing it, and you see Chris and Billy actually standing there being the Doctor and Rose, then it was just beautiful, because Chris brought this amazing kind of quite intense passion to it, and I completely believed that Rose would say, "All right, I'll go anywhere with you then." It was a real kind of bonding moment, and also to get that in episode 1 was brilliant, because I thought, oh, now they'll be absolutely fine.
Barnaby, the man inside the Dalek. That is truly some funky headdress he's got going on there. Meet Joe, our director. Ooh. Ooh. Aha, the voice of the Dalek. Hello there. Woohoo!
How are you this morning?
I'm very well. How are you?
I don't know. I feel a bit metal.
You feel a bit what?
Metal.
Metal?
Yeah.
How are you moving in this thing, mate?
By using my feet.
Flintstone style?
Yeah, you sort of drag it along like you would on an office chair.
I see. And he's off. Guys with guns. Davy Jones. Makeup. Can I get a look at your control? Woo. So this is what's...
Does the head.
It does the head. The plunger.
And the eye.
And
the plunger is on the side. Just as the eye stalk and the eye.
Isn't it funny? It's still so 80s. Yeah. The control. You would have thought by now they would have been smaller.
No, it's ergonomically designed to fit your hands. If they were smaller, you'd be like this, wouldn't you?
Oh, that's true.
In fact, a lot of the foreign ones are actually bigger, the European ones.
Oh, really?
I don't particularly like this layout. But,
good piece of kit, though.
No. Do you think so?
Well, they look pretty impressive.
It's quite clever because it's all computerised and you do all sorts of clever things with them.
It's fab. Great.
Hold your fire! You two get the hell out of there! Clear the zone! On my mark. And open fire!
Yeah, it's a D-rig.
Somebody's stealing our camera.
Kick it. Yeah.
Russell T. Davies and the producer, Phil Collinson. Busy at work.
Those people are in there.
That's okay.
What?
Okay, tell me who you want a picture with.
I want a picture with everyone because, like, I'm not a wimp like her.
Who? Go on, tell me who you want a picture with.
She wants a picture of Bruno.
No, shut
she
up.
loves
I don't.
him, and she wants to kiss him, and she wants to love him.
Get in then. Ready?
Recording this one.
Yeah. Okay, next camera. Thank you, Ray.
Next contestant. Do I look like David Bailey?
Smile. Oh, gorgeous.
My name's Nick Briggs, and I'm the Dalek voice in Doctor Who. Always, as a kid, I was always trying to do Dalek voices, and of course, without a ring modulator, you just can't do one properly. I bought the ring modulator in one of those trendy, super music stores. I think the reason sometimes people think that I might have found it, in a dusty cupboard is that it's a bit of retro technology reissued within the last couple of years, and it's got wood panels on the side. I didn't quite know what to expect about my working conditions on the series. And I wondered whether I'd be in a sound booth or something. But of course, this new series of Doctor Who is largely being done as a location shoot. Even the stuff in the studio they've got, it's got the feel of a location shoot rather than being on a big sound stage or something. So the situation is that I'm positioned as far away from the action as possible with a monitor in front of me. And I have my little BBC sports commentator lip mic, which fits there, which I specifically asked for. I'd never used one before, but I knew the old Dalek voice artists used them. So, and I've got that, and I listen to the rest of the action on my headphones and watch it on the monitor, and scream like mad, really. And then my sound goes down a wire and to the sound mixing desk, where they take a feed from me which has the ring modulated effect on and one that doesn't have the effect on, in case they need to play around with it in post-production. Well, the first time the cast heard me speaking as a Dalek was in the read-through. I'd already, marvellously for me, got a round of applause for simply saying, "My name's Nick and I'm playing the Daleks," which was great. And then the first thing I had to do was a gut-wrenching scream from the Dalek. Christopher Eccleston tried to carry on, and then he stopped, and he had no idea I was going to have a ring modulator there, and he just stopped and pointed at it and said, I just wasn't ready for that. And then a few lines later I did the first
Exterminate! Exterminate! Exterminate!
very nicely for me. He just went, yes! And everyone else joined in. I had a huge cheer and round of applause. When I was doing the big scene with Billy, we kept doing it over and over again. Joe Ahern kept saying to me, do it slower, do it slower. Just really milk it, let the pauses live, and, you know, make her wait and all this kind of thing. Which I thought I was doing, but I think I kept getting caught up in the energy of the scene. And he kept coming back saying, slower, slower. And then he came back and said, let's do it one last time. And I want you to make Billy cry. And she'd been getting quite close to it, because the whole scene is that she feels really sorry for this alien, and he's going, oh, I'm dying. And, you know, the idea is that the Dalek is a damn good actor, and he's got, you know, his single-minded objective here is, I want to make this person so sorry for me that they eventually touch me, and when they do, I got them, and I'm out of here, because I will absorb genetic information, I will be able to, you know, get strength of purpose and strength, you know. So, so when he said that to me, I thought, that's what the Dalek wants to do. The Dalek wants to make Rose cry. So she's worrying that the creature's suffering. And so I kept playing with the idea of making her think that maybe I died before I finished speaking. So, and I'm sure they'll play around with the timing in editing. But so I made her wait for everything, and I could see the longer I made her wait, she's just there, and her little eyes were filling up. Well, I should say big eyes. She's got lovely big eyes, and, you know, just filling up. Last week, when I started doing the job, I was young, little Nicholas Briggs, aged 5. I've always wanted to do the Dalek voice on TV, and for me, that's the best job.
Well, my name is Paul McFadden. I'm sort of sound designer on the show. Basically, every single element of the soundtrack has to be augmented or replaced if it has dialogue on. So we have to go through I have to go through every frame of the film, basically, and if someone is doing this, you know, we're talking over it, you know, I'm going into the TARDIS now, we have to do and remake those hand taps. So basically every single head turn has a sound effect for. If you look at the Slitheen there, we have the eyelid. And I think we did that with like a little bit of soft, damp tissue paper. Okay, that was number 10 blowing up there. That's an actual vocal explosion that we're putting in there. Obviously we will augment these, and these will be sweeteners to the sound effects that Paul's putting in. So these are sort of just vocal explosions. You think, oh, that sounds quite like a fire, but all that is basically is like a Tesco bag with a hole in it, pushed over the microphone and just crinkled and blown on at the same time. There you go, see? Never think of that. It's not just explosions, of course. I mean, once you get to the end, you know, we're going to have some paper rustles, because obviously you see outside. We'll see in a minute. This is the cloth move. This is actually the Foley cloth through. Now Sergeant Price now actually comes across on this sort of rubble. Oh, Sergeant Price, where are you? Bit clumsy that footsteps artist, isn't he, Sergeant Price? And of course then we have the metal door. You know, she taps it, opens it. So there you go.
Inside this casing is a bubbling lump of hate, otherwise known as Barney. I make it sound as though it's talking by wiggling the mouth.
No one will believe you.
And turn over every candle, please. Thanks much for tonight there, guys. Ladies and gents, thank you. 600? Ooh, scary.
Nice.
You eating, boy?
Are you chewing, Dalek? Perhaps you'd like to share that with everyone.
Phase 1.
Yes.
The snood. Pair of tights, 99p. Phase 2. The protective glasses. Phase 3. Earmuffs. Phase 4. Superhero.
Please, I'm sorry for whatever I've done. Please just let me out. I promise not to do it again.
Russell was very keen when the Daleks were coming back that they should look like Daleks. He said there's absolutely no point having negotiated the rights to bring back this classic monster if you then redesign it out of all recognition. So Ed Thomas and the art department had come up with a series of visuals of what the new Dalek would look like. So it would retain the same silhouette as the old one, but all the dressing and detail and finesse was a lot more up-to-date, a lot more designed and thought through. Russell was, however, keen that it was built by somebody with some experience of them, and with me being, as we pointed out, one of the few people who'd worked on the old show, and as somebody who does have a fondness for Daleks, it must be said, Russell said, well, if we give this job to Mike, we guarantee it'll come up looking Dalek-shaped. And it was a question of taking all those classic Ray Cusick design elements and then what Ed's done as the new stuff and combining them into a prop that, A, still was able to work in studio the way that they traditionally have needed to work, but also gave people, you know, a wow factor of, oh my God, they've not looked quite that good ever before. And I think we've succeeded from that point of view in that people who know the series backwards have gone in and been excited about all the changes we've made. The general public have looked at it and gone, oh, haven't they always looked like that? So I think it looks like you remember the Daleks were in your head as opposed to how they actually were. To be honest, we did look at completely radio controlling it in the manner of a Robot Wars robot, but actually the most versatile machine you can come up with is a person sitting inside it and moving it around with their feet. It's fast, it's infallible, it can be directed really easily. So we kept that basic mechanism. It is still a guy sitting on a wooden platform, moving the prop with his feet and operating the gun arm and the sucker arm manually. What we did bring in as an innovation, if you like, is that the head and the eye stalk movement is radio controlled, so that movement left, right and the eye up and down was taken away, because the old props traditionally, the poor old operator inside was trying to operate gun, sucker, movement, eye, head, everything. We wheeled it down to the Millennium Stadiums. We were given a little room to set it up in. And we got it all set up. We met Barnaby Edwards, who was the operator. Nick Briggs came down, who's doing the voice. And we had a day, really, of getting Barnaby used to it, getting him comfortable with the way it worked, adjusting the seat heights and stuff like that. And right at the end of that day, we knew that Julie Gardner and Phil Collinson and Joe Ahern were going to come and have a look at the prop, ready for the following day's filming. And we were sort of tipped the wink that they were on their way down the corridor, so we stuck Barnaby into the prop and got him to sort of come out in character, as it were, and it did. It got a fantastic reaction. We did have to build two base sections. But from there up, we were able to do removable dressing and bolt-on panels and bolt-off panels. But the problem was the way they'd filmed it was dilapidated first and regenerated second. So they were actually doing it in story order, which gave us the problem of needing to see it rusty and battered and dirty and grimy, and then the following morning looking absolutely brand spanking new. So we ended up doing all the paint job on the dilapidated one with Early Learning Centre washable non-toxic paints, and literally at the end of the day's filming we were able to wheel it back into the workshop, hose it down, give it a bit polish and straight back out again, and we were ready for the following day.
My name is Matthew Savage and I am an assistant designer in the art department. I design props and sets and characters, and I take Ed's and Russell's ideas and I put them onto paper and try and illustrate what they're thinking so other people can interpret them and build them. As a child I was a fan. I used to doodle Daleks in geography and maths and most of my classes. It's one of the big iconic things to play with, so it's great. Designing the Daleks. Well, it's redesigning the Daleks because Russell wants the episode 6 Dalek to be the most Dalek-y Dalek. So it's taking what's gone before and it's making it credible and realistic and scary. The colour scheme for the Dalek, that took a long time to get that right. We wanted to do something that hadn't been done before, but we wanted to do something that people could relate to, so Ed was always keen just to keep trying, keep pushing, and eventually we came up with the bronze and gold. Originally we had these strips like the 60s Daleks, and Russell wanted the slats to come back, so we added those. And it was just bulking it up. Ed was always very keen to make all of this very chunky, and I think it was just chunking everything up, going back and adding inches to all the dimensions. Everyone was very keen to keep so much of it, and the original design is so good that it was just a case of having fun and adding what we can to the existing template. I may have had a claw instead of a plunger, but it's scripted as a plunger, so I would have liked a claw. I did the exterior for Platform 1 and Satellite 5 and Cassandra and her frame, and the tank for the face of Bo. Neil Gorton did the face and I did the tank, and some props, elements of the TARDIS. I did the outer walls of the TARDIS and some of the panelling on the console. It got dirty over the 900 years it's been in existence, so when they made it, it was probably very clean, but it's taken years to wear it down to where it is now. Dan Walker did most of the console, and I mean, that's, other than the Doctor, the actor to play the Doctor, the console is almost as important, so I think they spent a lot of time pushing that forward, because it's so huge at the bottom and now at the top. It looks great in a huge, wide crane shot. I'm over the moon with it. It looks wonderful.
My name's Rob Shearman, and I'm the writer of episode 6 of the new series called Dalek. They're like uninhibited children, and they're just the sort of things which go around and will exterminate whatever they want without any morals or any fear of anyone getting cross with them, because they just don't care enough about anything else. That's why I think they was such a big hit in playgrounds. Kids going around and being Daleks because they could exterminate their teacher or they could exterminate their fellow classmates because nothing could stop them, and that's what you want to do all the time anyway when you're a kid. Well, I did. So I begin writing Dalek as it's not at that point yet called. It's left very, very vague for a while. And I do about 5 drafts of that until the summer, when I'm having a nice meal with Stephen Moffat, and indeed mocking him, because I'm so far through my script and he's yet to start, when a phone call comes from Julie Gardner saying that the Daleks have been lost. There's no realistic concept of getting them back. It isn't going to happen. So draft 6, as I then call it, becomes a story called Absence of the Daleks, which was my attempt at being funny. That one note of humour in a rather worrying, tense month. I'm actually strangely relieved that we lost them. I mean, I wouldn't have said that at the time, because it was a horrible experience, but it helped the episode no end to have the Daleks removed for a while. In my early drafts, I was trying too hard, and I can see that now. I was wanting to write the ultimate Dalek horror story, and I had characters with lots of depth and lots of dialogue and lots of interpersonal relationships, and the Dalek story as you now see. And I was advised by Julian Russell to remember that what the audience really wanted to see at this point was a Dalek, not lots of other characters squabbling about them. And they became a bit more cipher-like, I think, for a few drafts. They became broader and funnier. When we lost the Daleks, that could no longer work because we'd lost the icon that the audience were wanting to look to. So I beefed up the characters, and Henry Van Statten became a rather darker figure. And then putting him back in with the Dalek when we got them back seemed like the perfect marriage. Henry became worthy of being someone who had trapped this Dalek, as opposed to being a relatively stupid innocent who just happened to have a Dalek in his basement. Russell had come up with a new idea for a replacement lead villain for the series, and he'd drawn it even. He's quite a good draftsman, Russell, and he told me what the concept of it was. And it's very, very different from a Dalek. And it became something like a rather sadistic little schoolboy. Before this non-Dalek would kill people, it would giggle and say, "Let's have fun." And it meant it. As far as it was concerned, it was like a kitten toying with a pet shrew, and it would just do things in order to humiliate the people before it killed it. And it didn't see it as being particularly a terrible thing. It just happened to enjoy killing people and having a good laugh as it did so. It was nice. It would probably have traumatised children, which is what I was after. In the first couple of drafts of my script, I made Adam the son of the villain, which was quite fun, but utterly unhelpful. And eventually Russell took me to one side and said, "It's not really working. Can we just go back to having him as some sort of rather enthusiastic boy from Nottingham?" And that worked great. And actually, once I found that, I wrote Adam as me. Adam is the one who's excited by the concept of everything, but the actual reality and all the practicalities scare him to death. I'm looking forward to seeing what Russell makes of Adam in episode 7 and onwards, actually, just to see how the character develops. When I went to Cardiff for a couple of days to see Dalek being filmed, when I got on the train at Paddington, I was Rob Shearman, the serious author, and by the time I got actually onto set, I was just this giggling fanatic who wanted to go and hug his Dalek. To be on set for a new series, full stop, was astonishing. For it to be my episode and to have a Dalek in it, yeah, I mean, there was a couple of days of heaven. I still get a thrill when I see the confrontation scenes between Chris Eccleston's Doctor and the Dalek, and that's because I think Chris is extraordinary in the scenes, and that Nick Briggs just raises that whole Dalek character to a new level. What's great is you get a real meeting of minds in those scenes, and I love them. It's two actors who are really taking the dialogue and running with it and besting each other and just trying to test each other as well, and I can watch those scenes again and again, and probably will until I'm told to stop by my wife. I'm aware that there have been a few complaints already about the words canoodle and spoon in the series. It is true that I do want, obviously, to corrupt children, and I hope that all children before the age of 18 will be using spoons now because of the episode.
That's the sound that would be like for a starting point for the Dalek gaining its energy. At the same time, you've got the sound of the power kind of going down within the base as well. There are in fact about 6 different sounds for all the little motors that makes it work. So there's one for the turret, there's one for its middle part moving, and then there's I. I think they use the same sound for the plunger and the gun, and then it moves on the ground, but then there's also a different sound which is more a hummy sound, a levitating sound. Phasey kind of buzzy sound inside that it's like its own kind of breathing working type sound. Quite often we have the sound of the eye working as well. You got the kind of the iris kind of movements as well. When the Dalek kills people, traditionally you get that type of effect there. You get a negative type of effect. Right, first off, we can have the laser part from the Dalek. And then we can add in the shooting part of the element, which is actually a sound effect from a library, sound effects library. So you've got the two elements, and then we've got the killing effect, which is kind of like the negative skeleton X-ray type effect. That actually comes from from the 1960s. It's an old Doctor Who sound effect. You get the three sound effects all kind of making together, and of course there'll be a nice big scream for when he dies as well.
Our new director, Brian, also a cameraman. Yeah, that's needed.
Big camera. Wait for it, please, Brian.
We're set.
And action. Oh, you're going to like this great theory of history. Human race is most insane. Culture, art, politics. This era has got fine food, the great philosophers, the manners, the works.
Healthy.
Thanks, mate. Favouring sign and open.
Oh yeah. If you go to back, the keyboard. Yeah.
I know it gets frozen as well. Where the brain was, yeah. Just in terms of like dilemma, like halfway.
Scary Suki.
Okay. Eventually. We're in shot. B camera's not actually going to run.
That's really not very nice at all.
Everybody who has hair in this room is all standing up because we've just listened to the new theme. The reason that I didn't rush to submit one was because Delia Derbyshire's realisation of the Doctor Who theme by Ron Grainer is perfect. It's an astonishing piece of music, even today. I can't guess what must have been on the faces of the commissioning editors for Doctor Who when it was presented to them for the first time and they played it.
so you think to yourself, well, what am I going to do with this? And then you start looking and reading a little bit about Delia Derbyshire, and the more you read about her, the more you like her, and the more you don't want to get involved with how she would feel looking down on us, or judging somebody who's tampering with that piece of music, because she's a completely uncompromising personality. It's in her music, and it's in all her music, and it's in everything she says. It wasn't that I wanted to improve it. What it was when I saw episode 1 end, and I saw the original music on it, and I sat back happy that they were using the original music, there was a question mark in my mind. And I thought, it's not actually quite working. And I said this to someone else, that although the piece of music is perfect, in context, it didn't sit right. You know, the thing that I wanted to avoid doing was the thing that die-hard Beatles fans always accuse Phil Spector of doing with The Long and Winding Road, which was turning it into a great big, you know, business. A great big mushy sounding business, when George Martin had made this fantastically crafted, beautifully honed, quite chamber sound for the Beatles. And then Phil Spector comes along and drenches the whole thing in cheesy old string arrangements, and so I wanted to avoid doing that. Part of the original bass line comes in. If you're sharp, you notice that it drifts out and is replaced midway through by a different bass line. The original had da 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 dum, da 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 dum. So on the second half of that bar, the dum, you've got a little bit of space, rhythmic space to work with. So I started going dun da 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 dun da da dun da da dun da. Then I started thinking about orchestral lines that would work with it. A few strings, added some horns, trombones. I loved the black holy sound that used to come over the BBC logo at the end, the sort of woo 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 woo. So I put that back in. The lead melody line and the organ harmony belongs to Delia Derbyshire. Needless to say, the timpani don't, and nor does the horn. I think it's a little bit sweet, and it's uncannily like the middle section of Band-Aids, Do They Know It's Christmas? Dum ba da bum 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 ba da bum 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 ba da bum. I don't know which bit I'm singing there, Band-Aid or the Doctor Who middle eight. Da 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 dum da 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 dum. Feed the world. I guess in the end, I think, you know what, that's a pretty decent and simple solution to a problem of how do you approach the Delia Derbyshire music. And it's done in the name partly of entertainment. It's not a bad thing. I emailed it to the production team, just said I've done a theme. Actually, I emailed Russell, but he's not all that technical, so he had to listen to it down the phone from someone who could download it. And Russell said that he cried.
My name is Bruno Langley, and I play Adam in Doctor Who. He gets himself into all sorts of trouble, also the Doctor and Rose into trouble, without meaning to. A lot of it is me, but I'm not self-centred like he is. I couldn't put people in these situations that he is doing for selfish reasons. Mainly I've got to work with Billy and Chris a lot, so it's great because we've got to know each other quite well. So in that sense it's quite good, but it's a bit slower because they take more time on Doctor Who. They've got to get things right and the focus right and everything. And sometimes on Corrie it was just like, just do it, you know. So it's a bit more taking the time, which is nice for me. Geeky's in at the moment, he's cool. But yeah, I can be a bit of a geek sometimes. You know, you get locked away sometimes on a computer. You go into your own world. And yeah, I guess I can. I don't mind spending time on my own, which is what he does in the show. They find him in like a workshop, and he's obviously been down there for a couple of years, so he must have gone a bit crazy. Being an actor, you get to spend long periods where you're not working, and periods when you are working. So when you are working, you're really working, use a lot of energy. You're doing all these sort of scenes where you have to, you know, get your focus together. And there could be some guys from the crew that are just taking a nap, and you're like, I want to be that person. I want to be taking that nap. Just personally, I'm not a morning person. I don't wake up until 5 in the afternoon. My brain doesn't wake up till then. So everything's very, very hard before that time. How did I get the role? I auditioned. I left the street, and I went down to London with my with my satchel and my sandwiches. And I just went into the audition, and I must have done it quite good. There was a shot where Adam has to walk out onto this big, like, viewing area, like there's a big screen where you see like all planets and different worlds and spaceships and stuff, and it's really weird trying to act that, trying to be amazed at like nothing. That's great because, you know, I know that's what these days in movies it's all to do with special effects. I've never done anything like this, so it's great to be told to walk on, look at a green screen and being told that there's spaceships going by and you have to pretend all this. Using your imagination, reacting to nothing, pretending things are there, because it's like all the stuff that I've done, you know, since I was 18 has been people, it's been interaction, it's been conversation and talking, and a lot of this has been looks and like suggestive looks and like pretending things are there, and it's quite difficult, but I think it's something you've got to master, and I've just started learning doing that, which is the way they do things, is a bit more cinematic, you know, than Coronation Street would be. No, what's amazed me is how focused people are, actually. It's like it's a major operation. It's like a military operation. I realised reading the scripts that when I read them, I thought, I just don't know how they can get these done. You know, this is not a feature film. You know, bring it down to what it is. It's still TV. So I thought, you know, how can they do this? And I realised that how you do it is like anything, bloody hard work and planning and meticulous everything. So when you get your call sheets, they'll tell you everything that's going to be happening on the day, estimations and all sorts of weird stuff that you'd never even think about. Did I go inside the Dalek when they were filming? Yeah. No, I didn't get to, because it was when I first started filming, so I didn't want to cause any trouble, so I was kind of just hanging back there. But I wanted to take pictures with it and get in it and stuff, but I held back, which I'm sure I regret.
Stop it!
All right now, Doctor, that's enough. Stop it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
If that happens, it'll be the day after the show. If it's fresh in people's memories, that's what I've learned. You know, if you've been on screen the night before, everyone's going to remember what you said. So I'm aware of that happening, of people kicking their fingers at me. But I'm preparing myself right now for it, so I should be fine.
What do you think you will do?
Tell them to bugger off. No.
I'm Ian Grutchfield, and I'm the brand manager and also the commercial manager. It's to make Doctor Who the biggest event of all time, but consistent with BBC brands, and making sure that all the extra things from toys to websites don't stop the programme being made. When Doctor Who was commissioned, I had a background working on Teletubbies and Wallace and Gromit, so they're also activities that have a whole range of spin-offs. The Teletubbies are not dissimilar from Doctor Who because they live in the same sort of dome, but I think real-life actors are far more challenging but far more inspiring, so perhaps Doctor Who is the toughest. Initially, the way to hook in the younger members of the audience is 100% entertainment. Anything which has any educational aspect could be a bit of an anathema early on. One early approach we had from colleagues was Doctor Who will teach you to type, which hasn't yet been greenlit but is still a possibility. It's about stretching technology, so can you do things that are more of a challenge for children to play with? So can you do a water pistol that's more than a water pistol but also reflects the series itself? So is the most extreme or fantastic water pistol of all time? Historically, it's no secret that the majority of all merchandise linked to toys is Daleks. However, the joy of having Russell is he's creating a lot of new scenarios and new monsters and new characters. So I think there'll be a broad range of different toys, not just Daleks. But one of the real joys of the Dalek is the BBC is very concerned about being responsible. However, one of the essentials of a Dalek is it is relentlessly evil and has to blow things up, so that's ideal for a toy. It's wholesome pre-Watershed entertainment. We spent a day measuring the TARDIS console, which is a fairly strange thing that you're not sure is going to be in your job description. And when you have to take pictures of everything from every different angle, that's fairly weird. But the fans know exactly what the dimensions should be, so you have to transfer to any additional product all the main characteristics that you've got on screen. I had somebody the other day who told me he has built his own TARDIS in the garden, and obviously he has now got to change the panel because the text on the panel as you go into the TARDIS is different on the new TARDIS than on the old one. You could devise a master plan of merchandise and it's utterly irrelevant if the show isn't brilliant.
I'm one of the 2D compositors, basically one of the guys who gets the CG elements and tries to make it look as real as possible in the scene. I've got, 3 elements for this shot. I've got the green screen, a matte painting that was done by our matte painter Alex Ford, and Jaggerfest element here. I had to make all these elements sit in together, so the first thing to do would be to put the Jaggerfest into the matte painting, so I had to create the impression that he's really in there because he looks a bit cut out, so I would start adding shadows to the inside. Now, if you key on a green screen without any sort of colour correction, you'll see that they look completely out of place. So I would make them look a little bit more blue, like the scene is. Final thing is usually with matte paintings, because they're a still, it's done in Photoshop, to give them a bit of life, we usually add some atmosphere. So, we put some smoke kind of layer in the background.
The idea is a lump of meat that is on the ceiling, and so we thought of if something's attached, what would be quite a nice way for it, because it needs to stretch down and grabs people and stuff. So we thought, because it's basically a lump of meat, it's like a lump of muscle, having like a shark type body structure to it. It's quite a big monster. It starts off with a really low-res model just to try and work out a shape for it. And then we'll just build it up gradually, and like at this point at the moment it's got no gums in there. One thing we did really want was that as a great white shark would snap out, how its lips would overlap its gums, and that there's our joints that work the mouth. Once the animation's done, then that gets handed over to Nick, who's rendering it.
So I've got this back plate, which I need to sit him in that shot. So it starts off down here somewhere and it pans up, reveals the monster. So he obviously needs to sit in that environment, and that's all down to mainly down to where the lights are and what they hide and what they reveal. So I go through the scene and basically set up lots of different versions of the lighting, so ultimately I'll end up with a bunch of sequences that look like this, where I've separated them all out into bits. More teeth. The teeth are quite difficult to get right, actually. We just stack them all up in a queue and they just render, and then we come in the morning and it's all done, hopefully.
going to be here and then they're going to be over there. So I mean,
Well, can we? What if we get your these in and I'll get your fine. And then we'll have that.
thank you very much. And if you you'll turn just a couple of seconds after you first hear him.
Okay.
Now, when he gets to about before he gets to the end of that pavement over there, you want to notice what he's looking at. So,
Okay.
if you can, I don't know if you can manufacture quite a slow turn, because they look great in these kind of horror things. A slow turn up to there.
Okay.
And then just maintain that eye line at something very spooky and interesting, but not freaking you out yet. Just very
Okay.
and then we're out of it before you scream.
Fab. Cheers, mate.
Okay, stand by then, please. Rehearsing. Cut. Very good. Yeah.
Do I scream at that point?
Yes, we're out before you scream. Rolf! Get into the church! Rolf! Cut. Cut there, thank you. Cut.
Oh, well, that'll take my look off you, maybe. Yeah, a bit. Do you know what I mean? Then we get what we're doing it together.
Yeah. Well, then why did I look at those?
Yeah, cool. Sorry, bro.
Take standing by to go once more.
The scarves. It's all getting a bit Doctor Who, isn't it? Are you wearing yours on purpose?
No, I tried this morning to go without, and then it was far too cold.
Because Ernie's, look, Ernie's sporting a Doctor Who scarf as well. Where is he?
Mark Isaac sets the trend because he has
Where
a
is
different
he?
one every day.
Who?
Mark,
Oh, camera boy.
yes. He wears something different, but he goes. I'm sure he nicks his wife's because they're changing.
They're all
very
wearing them.
strange colours. I think they're like nice chenille ones and stuff.
We've got a situation. Oh.
Okay, so if I can get Chris ready to another one, we're good to rehearse.
Honk, honk, honk.
Standing by for rehearsal, please.
Are we going to work?
Work time now, so if I can just have everybody else to thanks, John.
Dad. Mum.
Matt Thatcher said, waiting to go into jail, waiting to go to court to do it
That is my double.
Guess what?
Radio mic.
Radio mic.
Woohoo!
For rehearsal and action.
You're alive. That car was going to kill you. I'm Rose. It's a great name. Good choice, well done.
Yeah, carry on. Tell you what, bring him down to where you want him.
We got more vantage. Hang on.
Stunt double.
There. Just move us over.
Lovely
John.
Kimberly. Crispin. Guy that kills my father.
No.
Jules. Prop master. Danny. Dad. Sean. Dingwall. Lovely dad. Unfortunate stonewashed jeans. Ooh.
Set. And action.
Saved your life.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm the camera assistant. I mainly do the clapperboard, so here's your next slate. It's 300 take 1. I basically keep the cameras up and running, keep the tapes on them, make sure the lenses are up together, run the cables so that the DOP can see the shot and everything else that's needed to keep them running smoothly, basically. There's always something new going on. The actors are brilliant to watch, so you don't get bored with the takes. There's always something exciting happening, gunfire and Daleks and people racing through shots, so there isn't really a dull take on this job. We've got aliens here and this the next minute, and trying to work out whether you are, like on the slate, I have like day and night on the slate, but most of the time we've sort of been out of space, or, you know, the world doesn't exist anymore. We've had loads of just really, really funny takes and funny moments and funny quotes said by like the actors and things. I got to fire one of the machine guns the other day. That was amazing, that's pretty cool. And just sort of playing with the Dalek as well, and the guys that are inside the Dalek, Barnaby and Nicholas the voice. That's been fab. We had one location we were shooting in underneath the hospital in Cardiff, and it was absolutely boiling. It was something like 35 degrees temperature, and we were all just dripping with sweat, and we were in there for sort of 2 solid days. And being in the camera department, you don't get away from the camera. So that was hard and grueling, but it wasn't, you know, there's not been any bad sort of people moments or action moments. This is my spanker, but it's basically, it's a mark stick, so you put marks down for the actors so that they know where they need to move to in shot.
And then put marks down, body take 2.
It basically helps the operator and the focus puller, and keeps the shots consistent take after take, so the actors can come to their correct mark. And basically each actor has a different colour, so you can plot them through, and they always have the same colour and they always know where to go. But basically it's just the right length of tape on a bit of wood so that it's ready to go down for them, and have lots of different colours. And it's called a spanker because if people are naughty, then they get telling off from me. Billy's hot pink for hot lady, and Chris is yellow because that's nice and bright for him to see. Although he doesn't ever need marks because he hits his marks without them being there. I'm looking forward to watching it when it's finished, but it's been a brilliant job, so I just sort of want it to keep going, really.
I'm Dan Mumford. I'm the 3rd assistant director on Doctor Who.
And I'm Steph Morris, and I'm the 2nd assistant director on Doctor Who.
It's really logistical support. We both work sort of organising the day for the first AD and the director. Steph sort of works from the office, arranging background, extra equipment, actors, makeup calls, and then once they're sent onto set, I'll look after them for the first and keep everything running on set. You may seem stressed, but that's why I enjoy it. I like being stressed.
Yeah, you get off on it, don't you?
Yeah, it's fun. It's not stress.
Getting ready on time's mine. Because if something goes wrong, someone's 10 minutes late, it has a ripple effect.
Yeah.
Because the makeup artist is getting an actor ready. And say that makeup artist is then scheduled to do another art. If you've got a big crowd call, you know, it'll have a ripple effect. So you just want to make sure everything runs smoothly, and you know, you're making sure everything's there and working efficiently.
No, that is true, because if a crew's waiting around doing nothing, it's wasting money.
Wasting time.
And that's the AD's responsibility, is to keep the crew working. So.
And you get lots of abuse.
As a particular episode, the Victorian episode was fun, because it sort of gave me as a 3rd an awful lot to do. There's lots of background, lots of exterior shooting, snow effects, horses, carriages. It's generally fun to be outside a set situation and out on location. I think as long as you look after the kids, I mean, Steph's the one who has to worry about the rules and regulations, because they're very, very strict rules and regulations. And I think if you stick to those, you're absolutely fine. Nowadays, most of the kids you get on set are all pretty experienced, and they sort of know what they're doing, which is a bit scary, really, when they're only, 8 years old.
The Empty Child in episodes 9 and 10 is fantastic. That was just a delight and all that.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. We've been blessed with having some really good kids on board.
Location. It's got to be. It's so much more fun. You've just got the unknown.
It breaks the routine, and you'd have to do something different, and you know, you've got further to travel and so on and so forth. It's good. We've become a very, very close crew. The teamwork is fantastic.
I do all the sound design of any aliens, which mostly are vocal effects, morphed with other sounds, which could be lion roars, elephants pitch shifted. The Slitheen's, for instance, there's quite a lot of speech, so you can't really manipulate it too much.
It's time we finish with this insane planet for good.
You can't just go, you've got to understand what they're saying. One of the Slitheen is actually me. So I can tell you the sound I was going for was that obviously the Slitheen is sort of banging up against the door, so it's sort of so that's the sort of sound that we start with. And this is what we tend to end up with. Now this is the section where Slitheen's outside trying to break through. Obviously we played the growls to you earlier on. Now this is sort of the Foley footsteps that we're doing as well. So obviously I'll play you this section and hope you have fun with it.
So we wanted to give the monster a bit of life, and as he gets angry or eats someone or sort of flares up with a kind of fiery pass in its skin. To get this fire kind of look to it, what we'd do is I'd use this pass here, which they created in CG department, and I put it through a series of processes, so it looks like this, and that's just really simple. I mean, all you have to do is do one layer blurred and give it a colour, and then add another blurred version on top, and then you add a sharp version, all from this pass. It all comes from this pass, and you keep adding to it, and then you give it a certain level, and then you add it on top of the creature itself. We tried to give the wings a bit of transparency so that you feel that they're thin and you can see through them, and I use this mat as a cutout where I can colour correct or manipulate any part of that model just through these separate parts. So if I want to do anything with a wing, I would use that one, for instance. See here you can see the church through the wing, so I use that wing mat to sort of bring it through, and then when you see it in the actual finished comp, you see a slight sort of transparent wing to it. I mean, for a creature to be done like a TV series, I think it's pretty damn good achievement, because usually you'd only see creatures like that in film, you know.
My name's Paul Cornell. I'm the writer of Episode 8, Father's Day. The actual plot was there, I think, from moment one, that something terrible and cosmic happens for the tiniest of domestic reasons, and it's the tiniest of domestic reasons that solves the something big and cosmic. It was going to be, very flatteringly, the special effects free episode with no monsters, which was just about the life of Pete Tyler. The Doctor would find out what other people thought of him while Rose saw him die over and over and was powerless to prevent it. And that would have been a wonderful change of pace and a wonderfully unique episode. But I immediately thought, I want some monsters. And so threw in some monsters and started riffing on what happens if she really does change it. And isn't that sort of an invitation for terrible things to happen? I think one of the things I wanted to talk about was how everybody becomes heroic and beloved once they're gone, and how especially everybody's relatives, everybody's dad was heroic. And I just wanted to explore that culture shock of Rose going into the past and discovering that her dad actually wasn't anything like the fairy tale image she had of him, but then actually, oh, he really was. I always like those figures of people who don't quite know what they're supposed to be or why they're there. And he's very much like my dad. Dad still has a fondness for, I've bought this gadget down the market. See, look, see how this works. And I think it's the world's oldest CD player. Huge, big buttons on top. And it was only £5. And there's an awful lot of that in Pete Tyler. There's that lovableness that comes from that. Sean Dingwall and Billy Piper, goodness, aren't they good? I mean, the chemistry they achieved together. I love especially what the costume department did. The fact that Pete's suit for the wedding He's obviously just pulled it out of a wardrobe. It hasn't been to the dry cleaners. And that says everything about the character without anybody ever mentioning it. His attempts to look fashionable in 1987, I think those trousers are a little bit too short. The most amazing thing about the fashions of the 80s is the belief of us lot now that we didn't really wear anything as garish as television representations of that stuff, when actually we did. We wore that. It was mad, but we wore it. Like all the incoming writers, I assumed that on the new show I would have no budget at all. So originally all of our scripts were 3 men in a lift, and mine was formulated to be very much a base under siege, initially a pub under siege and then a church under siege. And Russell kept on telling us, actually, no, you've got more money than that. Make it bigger, make it bigger. And then after having said make it bigger about 5 times, he started going, no, actually make it a bit smaller than that. You've gone a bit too far, smaller now. The Reapers changed a lot from being kind of your actual cowl with nothing inside it with claws leaping out Grim Reapers to kind of almost dinosaurs walking about on 2 legs, kind of like predatory birds, to what we have now. And the thought that they could fly would just really kind of open things up quite a lot for us. I think the Mill have done a fantastic job of blending the 2 thoughts, that these are predatory animals that move like predators. And I don't think there is anything we are more hardwired to be frightened of than things bigger than us that actually move like predators. We have the baby Rose in this episode, and I was always thinking, well, she'll just yell at inconvenient points, won't she? And cast members are, needed to hand her from one to the other. But actually on set at the time was a very realistic looking prop baby, the stunt baby, which in between takes Sean was, kicking from foot to foot, doing keepy up on the head.
Father's Day, I think the most exciting part for me as director was to work, it sounds corny, but to work with Billy and Chris. When I first read the script, I was surprised at how moved I was by the story. It's not what you expect. I mean, not even just Doctor Who. Most scripts don't really kind of move you to tears, and this one did. But I was really looking forward to, I think, to that last scene between Rose and her dad in the church, and the kind of the big farewell. Oddly enough, although the monsters are a big part of it, it wasn't, and the Mill did a fantastic job with the creatures. They had to be, they had to stand up to the rest of it in terms of, the actors had to do an awful lot of acting with these creatures, and if the creatures had been bad, it would have kind of undermined all the rest of the drama. But in essence, although the monsters are fantastic, it really was, a character story, that one. Billy was fantastic during episode 8. I mean, she had to do an enormous amount of emotional stuff, but I think, to be honest, I think she was really looking forward to it. I think she was very excited by, the idea of having an episode that was so emotional, and it's very much based around her backstory. It's a rather like the Dalek, it's a pivotal episode in the series. It's in the middle of the series. The Dalek is a very big episode for the Doctor and for his old mythology. Father's Day is kind of the equivalent one for Rose, really. It's an episode that takes place entirely within a few hours of a wedding, so it's all got to be daylight, but you lose the daylight in November around 4 o'clock. It's surprising how difficult it makes it, because basically you're inside the church for the equivalent of 4 or 5 days, and so it's quite an expensive and time-consuming rig to make sure that we could shoot for daylights inside the church. We had to put up a lot of scaffolding, a lot of lights outside, and I suppose that was the biggest technical challenge. For that particular moment in the story when Peter realised that he had to die, I just really wanted a shot that would give Rose a lot of prominence, and that would be just something that's slightly unusual in the language of the programme, and I think that's maybe why people have noticed that particular shot, because she looks like a statue. She's lit in this kind of unearthly blue light, and she's doing an awful lot, but she doesn't seem to be doing an awful lot with her face. She's very kind of, she's drained of emotion because she's seen the Doctor die, and the world is coming to an end. It's a kind of slightly surprising shot. This very wide-angle lens was quite close to Billy's face, and if she'd done much movement, it would not have looked very, attractive. Anyone's face that close up on a very wide-angle lens gets distorted, but because she had this kind of very still, statuesque quality, we got away with it. I have to say I did have a lot of fun with Camille's hairstyle. I kind of delegated all that to the very fantastic makeup designer Davey. If you go back and look at old 80s stuff, it's a parody already. How do you go further than that? And I think they were able to get sympathetic clothes and sympathetic hairstyles that you immediately thought, wow, that takes me back. If you're of a certain age, or if you're not of a certain age, what they're looking like. So I think, I think she looked great.
travelling alone, are you authorised to negotiate with her?
And cut. We'll do one more, please, but that was really good.
Cut. Reset.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect.
It's fine. You have to pull.
Was it the climbing that did that? That hit your hands?
I don't know what it was really.
But it's sort
It's just a combination, I suppose.
Yeah. That was great, Billy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The only thing with those scraps.
Whatever you
Do you want a scream now? Okay. Cool.
Action, John.
Excellent. Shame we didn't shoot that, really. How does that feel, Billy?
That's great.
Scream.
Okay, I got you.
Sorry. You know, how?
Just programming your descent pattern. Stay as still as you can and keep your hands and feet inside the light field.
Descent pattern.
Oh, and could you switch your mobile phone off? No, seriously, it interferes with our instrument.
You know, no one ever believes that.
I'm James Hawes, and I'm the director of episodes 9 and 10. When I first got the scripts, I thought, great scripts, we can never do this. The whole of the London Blitz is supposed to unfold on your television screen. Now, I challenge anybody to name me a drama, a television drama with a full drama budget that has done that recently. And an awful lot of what the script asked was on a scale that is frankly more often seen in the movies. And to my amazement, although there was all sorts of budget concerns, we've managed to do pretty much everything that was on the original script. Working with child actors is always a lottery. I mean, the time you invest is in the original casting. But you never know how they're then going to react when you actually turn the camera on them and when they're in front of a star they might recognise, Chris or Billy, or the whole circus that can be rather overwhelming if you're 5. And most of them did brilliantly, actually. There were moments filming the kids when they were stuffing food into their faces so fast that they couldn't get their lines out and food splattered across the table. There were moments when the kids got genuinely frightened by what was going on the set, which was great, because it made you think, well, they know the cameras are here. If they're getting frightened at this stage, then we're going to manage to convey that to the kids at home. When I first read Invisible Spaceship Tethered Up to Big Ben shimmers into existence, and we pull back to see the whole Blitz, how the hell are you going to do that? And there were a lot of discussions about it. When we filmed it, there was an element on the set of the clock face of Big Ben, a green box, a green screen, and 2 actors, with a wind machine, a smoke machine, and a little bit of interactive lighting. It's very hard for them to act in a negative space. There's nothing for them to perform off. It's very hard for us to imagine, even with a storyboard and even with the designs, exactly what it's going to look like. So to see the whole thing come together with the sound effects to convince you that there are explosions going off, with Billy reacting as if she's hearing a bomb going off, and to see the moment where the ship shimmers into existence in all its scale, I think is very satisfying. The barrage balloons were the trickiest part. And then, of course, we had to achieve Billy hanging off the thing. Even with a harness, as we eventually did with her, she's basically in a harness with a safety wire threaded through the rope, which looks like it's the rope hanging off. Now, it's January, it's Wales. You're filming your star in a Union Jack t-shirt for a whole night. Things are going to go wrong, she's going to get cold. we managed to find a brand new hangar at RAF St Athan in Wales. And so what we did was put a huge crane in the mouth of this, which gave us some shelter. And then we literally swung Billy up to 30, 40 feet off the ground against the night sky. We added smoke, we added searchlights, and the rest was down to the CGI and what they did with the computer compositing. Billy is a trooper. Billy enjoys the adventure of the filmmaking as well as the script. She was close to a sense of humour failure that night, as anyone would be. You know, hey, it's a great job, we're going to hang you off a crane for as long as we possibly can, and it started to sleet and it started to rain, and we need just one more, Billy, just one more. She did it, but I can remember, I can hear exactly her tone at one point where she went, guys!
My name is Lucinda Wright, Lucy Wright, and I'm the costume designer on Doctor Who. Some of the costumes, they range from fantasy ones like the Tree People, Tree Queen, the Tree Man, to contemporary, to Victorian. So you have a wide range of costumes that you can do on it, which is great.
This was for Pig in a spacesuit, and I did the design and had Robert Alsop make it up, Pop Maker in London. I had to be very adaptable so he could fall on the floor and bounce and obviously not hurt himself. Little Jimmy went in it, and we used it on the first day of filming, and it was a good laugh.
Oh yeah, I go shopping a lot for the contemporary, and we've got an 80s one coming up, which a lot is from costumiers, but also adapt, because there's like an 80s revival at the moment, so I'm picking up loads of jewellery, and so you're always shopping, always looking for new stuff and old stuff. The 80s wedding is going to be an eye-opener, because I think when people forget how horrendous the clothes were, even just ordinary clothes were hideous. And from the fittings I've been doing, it's been a good laugh, because everyone has forgotten, or a lot of people weren't around, but some of us were, and you just think, what was I on?
These characters are the Tree People for episode 2, and I had great fun doing those, I loved doing it. It was for the Tree Queen. I had 3 costumes made because she unfortunately burns. So obviously one costume went completely up in smoke, and then that's one that almost did. And these were her 2 kind of bodyguards, the Tree Men, which is armour again, designed with Robert Alsop. And it was great to be able to do something real fancy like.
The hardest thing, to make them look realistic and believable. It's very easy to shove someone in a bit of rubber and a bit of tin foil and have them waddle off. So it's got to be believable, also interesting and good fun. The practical side is you've always got to remember they've got to breathe and move, which have had its moments on this job. Quite often I will buy an outfit a size up or a size down, and during this run you will find you use all the sizes, because people will change.
How many jackets does the Doctor have?
The Doctor has 2. One is for a double for stunt people.
This is just the double for, as I say, for stunts or anything else. We tend to try and use the original all the time, even though they're exactly the same. But his is getting quite scarred and battered, which is quite good really, because he is 900 years old, so that kind of ties in.
And what's the worst that could happen to that?
Someone nicks it, but it's got its own security guard at the moment, the jacket. It's always under lock and key.
We've got everything here, all her wardrobe. Her stripy scarf that comes out in 11, and our Tom Baker, the only scarf we're going to have on this, I may say. And then it's just really from episode 1 right through, all the way through. And it's very bright and very bold, very much like Rose, the character. And she looks sexy, I hope, as Billy always does.
Toughest thing? I think keeping everyone happy. Especially on contemporary, because everyone has an idea of costume. Everyone has an opinion, whether they're right or wrong, and they will all voice it. And I think just keeping all the department, everyone happy, the actor, director. But that's a general costume designer's job. That is the tricky bit. You just feel like saying it's fine, it'll be all right. When it looks great and when people say it looks good and you've done everything to please everyone, because there's a lot of people to please, and when they all like it, that is the best bit.
I always say that the best effect is the one that you don't spot. We could have done that with a full-size barrage balloon, it could have been CG, and I think by the time that's integrated into the night photography by the mill, I think that one will probably pass people by that it was done as a model. We'd looked at the possibility of doing them full-size. Ed Thomas and his team about getting a barrage balloon, an advertising balloon, and dressing it. And there'd been some talk about doing them as 3D objects, but because they've got so many wires hanging off them, and because they have this wonderful, voluminous, wobbly, rubbery quality about them, it was actually quite a big job for 3D. So Dave Houghton and Ed Thomas said, if Mike can do us a model at a certain scale and build in all these great wrinkles as if it is a big stretched silk balloon and give it the ability to sort of wobble and move and all these to do, we can shoot that against black or against green, and that can just be taken and dropped straight back in to all the sequences over nighttime London. And that's what we did. Dave Houghton spent the day with me and my camera crew down here. He brought up on his laptop, right, we need to be at this angle looking down, or this angle looking up, or this is the shot where Billy needs to drop away from it, so we need to see the wires ping as she lets go. Worked through the shots, and we're able to hand Dave a tape then of all the balloon stuff so he can concentrate on the backgrounds. So again, although you've got a digitally created environment, you've got certain real elements, and by the time all those things are combined, hopefully it's fooling the audience into which technique's been used to do what, and give you an overall fairly epic looking shot.
Today we're setting up the shots of the barrage balloon for episode 9, where Rose is hanging basically off one of the barrage balloons, which we looked at doing both full size and CG, and have established that the best way going is to do it as a miniature. So we've done a approximately 12th scale miniature of the barrage balloon, which we're shooting in a black environment, and then that will be comped into plate photography of Rose, shot against green and against black. We've got the balloon suspended in the ceiling, lit from below, and we're puppeteering it, and hopefully we can line that up with the live action photography of Rose hanging on the rope, and hopefully the two will go seamlessly together.
This is director James Hawes' final edit of the early scenes in episode 9. The digital effects are yet to be done, so Dave Houghton from the mill is here to ensure that he has enough footage of the barrage balloon to create the scenes over war-torn London.
So we'll have to shoot one slightly more straight on, I think.
Well, great. So, I mean, that shot we're going to need to do a much more side-on one,
Yes,
obviously.
yeah. But this will do for this.
Yeah, what we're going to do, we're just going to
previous
clock
shot.
this ever so slightly.
Yeah.
We're just going to put a line off the nose or off the tail, and then we can contain everything within the black. The issues that we've got are obviously getting the model far enough away from the black so that they don't pick up in the lighting, but not making a rig that's so huge that effectively we're sort of wasting a lot of time just setting up blacks. So once we've got this thing hung and lit, which has taken the bulk of the morning just getting the lighting absolutely perfect, we're now just cracking through the shots with Dave Houghton. He's got a set of storyboards that we're using, and we've got the live action photography to keep referring back to. We'll keep going back and forth until we've built him up a library of pieces that he can then take away, go through the final show, the final edit, and drop in balloons in shots as they're needed. So our most important job really is making sure that we've got all the angles lined up exactly right.
On film you can overcrank the camera, which basically means you run the film through much faster than normal, which imparts a slow motion effect to the subject matter you're filming. And in the case of miniatures, that's very important, because obviously if you have something that's just 3 foot long and it's meant to be 30 foot long, things that jiggle, such as hanging wires or stuff like that, jiggles a lot quicker when it's a lot smaller, because there's not the mass and the momentum there. So we overcrank the camera, run high speed, so that when you play it back at normal speed, things are slowed down and they swing about or jiggle much slower. So it looks a lot more weighty than it really is. And my job is to light it how I think it would be lit in a real situation, in wartime London.
Speed.
And for instance, we've got an orange lamp here which we're reflecting off a vibrating reflector to imitate sort of flames and things down below in London being bombed by the Germans. And we're also having to match to the live action footage of Billy Piper hanging on a rope, swinging about. So we're having to match camera angles. So it's a fairly complex setup.
Camera's cut.
The model's been about a 2-week build, making the model barrage balloon approximately 5 foot long. As an example of how we did the fin, we started with a basic polystyrene shape which has been sculpted, giving us the overall contours of it, but obviously the final balloons were made out of silk. So we wanted to have this feeling of stretched fabric and everything under pressure. So the entire polystyrene sculpture has been covered with a layer of foam. That foam in turn has then been covered with a layer of polythene, and that polythene has then been wired to give us these fantastic crease marks and a general feeling of something under tension. We did that both with the fins and with the main body of the balloon. Having got that, we took a 2-part plaster mould off it, and we've been able to manufacture a rubber and expanding foam hollow balloon, which has got all the sort of detail and wrinkles that you see in the original, but the added advantage that it actually has a bit of give and bounce to it, so it makes it look as though it's actually got a little bit of life to it. It's worked really well, but it's one of those things that we simply didn't know if it was going to work until we got to the end of the process. Unfortunately, it did.
Yeah, ready.
Filming of the barrage balloon model took place in February 2005, and this was the result. Rosa's first sight of London in the middle of an air raid.
Okay, maybe not this t-shirt.
Okay, what's your name?
Laura.
And your name?
Levi.
Jordan.
Brandon. Jordan.
And what are you all doing on Doctor Who?
We
Street urchins.
Yeah, like no.
Do you think it'll be scary when it's on the telly?
Yeah,
Well,
it scared me. Scared us a bit. Yeah.
I don't know anything about it, so
Yeah.
I know
I'm
what
not
to
gonna watch
expect.
it because I'm behind the sofa. You don't know what I'm for. No, I don't know. Maybe. You're scared because you were scared earlier. Yeah. You were scared. You were. You were. No, I was not. You was. No, I was not. You was. You was not.
What's been the best thing about it?
Being scary.
Exactly. There you go.
It was.
Working
When
with
being
Doctor Who.
scared, it was seeing the person with the gas mask going through a window.
Just this well good experience.
And eating the meat.
Just doing Doctor Who where it's so random and cool.
So
I
what-
like meeting Doctor Who.
So what was Doctor Who himself, Chris, like?
He's really
he's
nice.
really
He's
nice.
friendly.
Yeah, he's friendly.
He makes you feel so relaxed.
Yeah.
You've
And
got nothing to worry
he's
about.
really kind. Really funny.
Yeah.
And what about Billy? Have you met Billy?
She stared at me, so that's my life fulfilled. Anyway.
And what's been the hardest bit about it?
It's all been easy, so the hardest thing is probably getting up in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was trying not to laugh.
Especially in those nice beds.
Yeah, lovely. The hardest bit has been not trying to laugh. Yeah.
And the hardest bit is trying to eat.
Yeah.
It's hard though because Chris like improvises and like he got his fork like stuck in the meat, so he's trying to knock it off, and you got to try and keep a straight face. So
Yeah.
it's fun.
What do you think of the clothes?
Yeah, they're a bit tight.
Uncomfortable.
I think
Yes.
and
And itchy.
Yeah,
they're very fashionable.
You know,
I've actually wear this myself.
I don't like these because they fall down like I don't like the shoes. I like these shoes. These shoes are. I don't like the pants.
Just really tight.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
clothes
yeah,
are really
it's
tight, don't they?
So how do you feel about the
I don't like
children
going
in the
on
past?
that chair because it gets Yeah, they must have been. They must have been really dwarves. Yeah. Really small, tiny. No, they're just
depressed.
Yeah.
What do your friends think of your acting?
They just really shocked. Yeah, they're just. There's only one thing they say. How much do you get paid? Yeah. How much do you get paid? Yeah. They come up to you. How much do you get paid? Go away.
No, they don't think of it as like educational or like, oh, is it fun? Who do you meet and stuff? It's just always, oh, how much you get paid?
They don't think of it how much you get paid. They think it's like you love it because you're missing time off school. They think like you just want to do it because you're missing time off school normally. But you don't. They're a bit jealous too. I love that too. My best friend used to be really, really nice to me. Now I'm starting filming. She just like, Sure. My friend Jessica is a bit jealous because I'm filming. And she thinks I want to do it too.
Oh, I think your parents want you back now.
That's alright.
Thanks very much. And should everyone watch Doctor Who?
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
They should. They should only watch our parts.
Yeah, our parts.
Just the rest of it's rubbish. Ain't nice in it. It's rubbish.
No.
My name's Anna and I'm the runner on Doctor Who. Being a runner involves picking up artists or directors in the morning, bringing them to set or unit base for makeup and costume, getting their breakfast because sometimes they can't go for themselves because they're in the makeup chair. So bringing that to them. And then once you get on set, it's getting the tea and coffee ready and the artist chairs, getting them all set up, bottle of water by each chair, keeping people quiet throughout the day, and basically anything that anyone wants. There's two things that I really have enjoyed more than any other thing. There was a night when we were filming down in Barry on a night shoot, and myself and Dan, the third AD, were down the bottom of the train track, and there was two massive explosions, and we sat there stopping people going up, and we thought they would just be little puffs of smoke, and we both looked at each other like, I can't believe it was brilliant. And then in the distance you could see all the street lights, people like neighbours and things just thinking what the hell's going on, and all the street lights and the windows and the curtains twitching. It was fantastic. So that was a really good day. And then when we were filming in Museum Avenue in Park Place in Cardiff, and we had all the aliens, that was just the best. Because most of the aliens, there was 20 extras, and they all had like bird heads on, and they couldn't see, and it took half an hour to rig them up, to walk them onto set. They were completely blind, so we had a bit of fun that day as well. One day we were in the Royal Infirmary in Cardiff, and Chris Eccleston was in his trailer downstairs, and Chris had given his book to Phil Shellard. So Phil gave me the book and said, can you take this down to Chris in his trailer? So I was walking along, and it was raining that day, and there was a big stinking puddle, and I slipped and dropped Chris Eccleston's book in this puddle, and it was the biggest puddle ever, and it was a brand new book. So I got it, and the book used to be like this thick, and it just grew, this massive book, plastered in mud. So I took it home overnight, and I tried to dry it on the radiator, and I was avoiding Chris for about 2 hours that night, and he's going, has anyone seen my book? And I was thinking, please don't ask Phil, because Phil will say, I've given it to Anna. So I managed to avoid him. Next day, tried to send 2 of the drivers out to see if they could get this book, and apparently it had taken Chris 4 weeks to get hold of this book because it was so unique, and then I had to just come clean, and he was completely fine about it, and he laughed, and it was all okay. If I had any other job on Doctor Who, I'd like to be Barnaby. He sits inside the Dalek and he moves along, and I've tried to bribe him with so many things to have a go inside the Dalek and move around, but he's having none of it.
I am Ernie Vince. I am the director of photography on the Doctor Who series. We are doing a piece of tracking shot with Billy and Chris on the way to an imaginary Prime Minister residence with a police escort. So we are shooting at night, so we are simulating blue police lights onto them. So hence we're putting a couple of twirling police lights as well as normal lighting in the car. It's not very difficult, it's quite a routine. It's different lighting it if it's daylight and different lighting it if it's night. But film industry developed a lot of clever little gizmos which we can utilize, and this is a very wonderful setup with generator runs, quite a number of lights, and the Sonderkodis can sit up there, director can sit, watch the monitors, room for 2 cameras, safe and sound. The purpose of the low loader so that the actors don't have to drive and talk, and they can be properly microphoned up and lit. And it's safety as well. It's developed for a long time to come, and it's now quite a sophisticated piece of equipment. The only little problem that is always looks that they are a few inches higher from the road than the normal. This series utilizes the computer-generated images quite largely because we have all kind of creatures and people do unnatural things, and that is achieved by computer-generated images. And there is a certain way of preparing the shoot which will be manipulated later in a computer. We do a lot of green screen. If you shoot any action against the green screen, the computer can change whatever the green screen covered. The director of photography had to learn a lot what it can be done and what can be done and can be achieved. So it's in a way it's a more interesting job.
It's keeping us here so we can get at us.
It's controlling them?
It is then. It's every living thing in this hospital.
Okay, this can function as a sonic blaster, a sonic cannon, and a triple unfolded sonic disruptor. Doc, what you got?
I've got a sonic, never mind.
What?
It's sonic, okay, let's leave it at that.
Disruptor, cannon, what?
It's sonic, all right, totally sonic. I'm sonicked up.
A sonic what?
Screwdriver!
Fascinating chat, boys. Going down!
We're here, boys.
Here?
Yeah.
Look at this far.
Oh, we need some saucy nurse. 5 beds, 5 stacks.
There you go.
Saucy nurse we need.
Saucy nurse. John?
I like these.
That's looking like
Hello, Brinley. It is Ellie speaking. And tell Todd I fancy him. Whatever is Bruno, I fancy him. And Harley fancies him as well.
yeah, in your dreams.
No, seriously, she does. So yeah, I'm just gonna say bye. Love you.
Kick it.
Well, I'm Ben, and I make the models, the kind of working models that we send down to the construction team. It's often difficult to design a set as much as you need to just with a drawing. So to plan out where things go and whether things fit together, then it's it's really necessary to do it in 3D. So you can you can make changes and you can see how it works, and you can even plan shots. I tend to draw things out and then spray mount them onto the card and cut out all the shapes and stick them together. This is the Dalek cell from episode 6. It's made from quite a thick card called mount board, which is used in displays as well, but it's quite sturdy and it's easy to cut, so it's good for making this kind of thing. This area was the existing location, and this is a model of everything that we needed to build in. So this door flat here, this flattage, and this here, and the consoles there. So it's just to give everyone an idea of what kind of environment we're working with. This is a slightly battered model which has come back from construction of the viewing gallery from episode 2, where the Doctor and Rose look out of this window to see the Earth. So that was a build from scratch. We tend to concentrate on the structural elements in anything that's going to actually be built, as opposed to hide and dressed in. Hopefully, once we have it, people will notice if there's any problems, because you can actually see then. We had a problem at one stage with the Dalek because it's so big, whether it'll fit through doorways. So you can work things out ahead of time, so that you're not left, in a hell of a state on the day.
My name's Lucy and I'm the stand-in for Billie Piper. While Billie's going off set and having her makeup and costume checked, I will stand in the same position that she was in, so that lighting and camera can make sure that they're all in position. And I apparently have a similar skin tone. They can get all the lights in check as well. A little bit fluky. I came in for the day to fill in because the runners were away, so I was basically just doing the tea and coffee and things like that, and telling people to be quiet, and they just took a look at me and thought, oh, come on, get on set. And 5 minutes later, well, every 5 minutes then, I was on set throughout the day, and they asked me to come back the next week then. It's pretty much non-stop, even though I'm not working continuously through the day. I have to stay alert pretty much all the time to make sure that I'm in the right place, and it gets quite tiring occasionally. Out on location, definitely, when there's lots of crowds around and things like that, and nobody quite knows what's going on, and there's a lot of people and things to deal with, and you know, crowd control and stuff. I really like, you know, when we're outside and there's lots going on. I have been sort of you know, approached by people out on the street and that, and you know, there's always interest. So what do you do? Blah blah blah, and I say, oh, I'm Billie Stanton. They go, wow, oh my god, that's so cool. And then they normally ask me if I can get Billie's autograph. But no, not myself.
We're in an interesting time at the moment, effects-wise, because we've come out of the era where everyone was doing things CG regardless of whether it was the most appropriate technique or not. That people are starting to realise now that there are numerous ways that you can get your effects done, and models are as valid now as they ever were. The advantage we have is that in combination with the CG departments, we can now do stuff possibly a little bit more ambitiously than we ever could. You can now remove rigs if they fall into shot. You can now put expansive backgrounds. You can put people into model sequences where previously suddenly your street becomes mysteriously empty because you've cut to the model shot and you can't do the miniature people. So the combination of techniques that we can now put together to create a single shot have given us more scope than we've ever had at any point in this industry's history, and that's very exciting. There are still a lot of people in the industry who are interested in this side of it, and yes, there has been a couple of years where possibly the training ground hasn't been there in quite the expansive way that it was maybe 5-6 years ago. But having said that, it has meant that the talent pool out there at the moment is very experienced. They've all been doing this for quite a long time, and it is a relatively small world, even within the small world of film and TV. The model-making fraternity is smaller yet again, and we do tend to sort of swap a lot between films one week, TV the next, drama, documentary, and there is a nice team of people, all of whom tend to respect each other's work, and that's been quite nice. I mean, you do end up with people who come off the big films like Alien vs Predator and straight onto Doctor Who, as has happened with this. So it's the same talent pool, really, just sort of, you know, moving around the industry. The show is obviously coming back, and obviously I would be lying if I said I'm not going to be trying my hardest to try and get onto that, because it's one of the few shows on television that you can have quite such a breadth of input on the effects work. I was always such a huge fan of the alien planets that were created in the original series. You know, people like Colin Mapson and Ian Scoones and Matt Irvin, all of whom created these amazing alien landscapes on such a tiny budget. Series 1 of the new series has obviously been primarily Earthbound, and we haven't had those alien environments yet. That's something that I'd really, really love to have a crack at, something that you've not seen on TV for many, many years of the Doctor and Rose stepping out onto a completely alien environment, and to be involved in the creation of that environment would be great fun.
There is a scene which became notorious on the cruise, scene 40B. Now, scene 40B runs to 19 pages, but it called for full-on explosions, zombie armies walking up to a military fence. It had Captain Jack's spaceship zooming in, and the materialization of falling bombs and beaming up. I mean, extraordinary. And so you read that and you think, well, how are we going to do it? And how are we going to keep the through line over 6 or 7 nights of shooting? Eventually it was 7 nights. Filmed on Barry Island in January. It was freezing. And I said to Richard Wilson, hey, we're coming back one more night tomorrow. You going to join us? And he said, James, do you know, I awfully think I won't. And I think the idea of hanging around in a gas mask at -6 was more than he wanted to cope with. The response from the locals when we're filming is very mixed. I mean, generally it's warm. But like anywhere, you know, there are the people who get fed up when you're filming at night and you're shining a bright light into their window, and they have every reason to, you know, say, excuse me, I want to go to sleep, I've got to get up and do a 6 a.m. shift. So we buy them blackouts, and we try and make our presence as unobtrusive as possible. Once you get onto dancing, and you are talking about Captain Jack, Rose and the Doctor, in other words, John, Billy and Chris, I think you have to remember that John Barrowman is an actor who has done many a West End musical. That Billy Piper is a trained dancer and singer, and that Christopher Eccleston has never trained to dance and doesn't like dancing. And he said to me very early on, you know, that's one thing I'm really not looking forward to. I think what you see in the climax to episode 10, when the Doctor dances, is a triumph to them all, especially when I let you know it was filmed at 4 o'clock in the morning. And anybody trying to dance sober outside a nightclub at 4 o'clock in the morning deserves my credit. I think to decide how you're going to make an episode scary and to keep the tension, you first of all have got to make a very clear decision about what it is that's scary in the script. You've got to work out what those elements are, whether it's the way the gas mask is used, or the sound an actor makes, or the fact of a crowd of them coming at you. So there's an amount in the performance, there's an amount in the lighting, and then it's how you use the camera. So if the camera creeps in on a person quite slowly, or they edge towards you, that's a very instinctive threat. No, I don't think it's too scary. And an element of scary is part of the beast. It's part of Doctor Who. It's part of what we remember and enjoy. And do you know what? It's part of storytelling in time immemorial. And if we can't include that in our narratives and in our dramas, it's a pretty desperate place to be.
My name's Alex Guruchari, and I'm the physical effects supervisor on Doctor Who. We do all the physical type effects. That's any sort of explosions, fire, wind, rain, anything that you physically see that really happens. Prosthetics effects, they build all the creatures and that type of thing. We've then got the model makers who make all the practical models for any scaled down stuff, and lots of physical effects from wind to sparks, electrical shorts, bullet hits, fire, water effects, exploding creatures, to breakaways, the full range of physical stuff, really.
What's your favourite?
What's our favourite? Well, I think I'd be lying if I didn't say it was blowing occasions where we've had to do big and spectacular explosions, which is always difficult when you've got 60 or 70 crew standing round and you've still got to do the same effect, but we've achieved it, yes.
Is there ever such a thing as too much smoke?
Well, there is such a thing as too much smoke, because it can obviously obstruct the shot, and depending on lighting as well, it can often pick the light out and prevent you seeing things behind it. The best cheat we've got away with, we did a underground layer, which we had to make look like it was had various sources of fire all over the layer and sources of steam and smoke, and the cheat was that every time the camera looked the other way, we'd quickly take everything out and rig it over the other side, and then as the camera turned round, we'd have to pick all that up and run over and rig it on the other side. So it was only ever one small corner at a time that was burning, but when you see the cut, it looks as if the whole place was burning. Most unusual thing was to explode a creature which entailed blowing up 50 litres of alien guts and slime, whilst hanging it from a crane in mid-air, and launching its guts for about 40 feet in all directions. It was quite a strange one, which in turn, on the reverse, we then had to throw buckets of slime and guts into the artists' faces, which was much more fun. What's most rewarding is going to see a director after a spectacular shot and him shaking your hand and thanking you, saying it's exactly what he was looking for.
This is a shot in episode 9, The Empty Child, where Richard Wilson turns into one of the gas mask creatures. This is the element that we're given, which is Richard Wilson acting on set like he's in pain and his face is changing. We then need to take that, and I need to make a CGI version of Richard Wilson to fit in with the real Richard Wilson. That's what we've got here. This is built from photo reference. It's rigged up so that it actually will, to a certain extent, move about, and given various morphing targets. This gas mask nozzle is forcing its way out of his mouth. If we watch it from the camera view, you can see the real Richard Wilson behind, and then we blend between the two here using a mask to mask off the area that we want to keep and keep his real eyes. There's the gas mask nozzle forcing its way out of his mouth, and the first part of his face forms into a gas mask. This is the second part of the transformation happening. He's got the human eyes, and they start to glaze over, get bigger, and you'll end up with that sort of shape.
Cardiff in winter, you'd think would not be a lot of fun for a director, but I have to say we were just very lucky on the blocks that I was filming. And when we did Boomtown, which was in February, although it was bloody cold, again, we didn't have any rain, we had some lovely sunshine, which was very lucky because, you know, if anything, this is the Welsh Tourist Board episode of Doctor Who. You know, Russell wanted it to look beautiful and to, you know, to show that how beautiful Cardiff can be. One of the problems with filming any time of year really is the balance of day to night scenes, and I think Russell had cunningly worked out that if we were filming in the middle of February, it'd be quite a good idea to have some exterior night scenes. If you're filming exterior night scenes in the summer, it can be a nightmare because it means you have to do true night shoots. You know, you start at maybe 7 p.m. at night and go on till 6 in the morning. Luckily, we were always, you know, wrapping by 11 or 12 because the way the day split up was that you had, you know, the right amount of day for night for that time of year, which you'd be surprised how rarely that's worked out in advance. Usually it's 2 weeks before filming when the assistant arrives, the first assistant, and says, we can't do this, you know. You can't destroy Cardiff on a TV budget, really. You know, you can do an awful lot with how you place the camera, with sound, with a bit of CGI, and we kind of mixed it up so that you see a few breaking windows, you see a few things, you know, rubble falling, and, you know, the mill were kind enough to paint in some cracks as people run around, and so just by judicious use of various elements you can make it look a lot more spectacular than in fact, you know, the resources would allow you to do.
Who the hell are you? What do you mean, who the hell am I? Who the hell are you? Captain Jack Harkness. Whatever you're selling, we're not buying.
It's really nice to have a third assistant because it just changes the mix, you know, and it's the same with any kind of group dynamic. When you put a third person in the equation, it just kind of ruffles things up a bit, and it's really nice to see a bit kind of, you know, sexual sparring between him and Rose, and even him and the Doctor, and him at anything with two legs, really. And he's a very funny guy, you know, he's a good laugh to have around.
My name's Jenny, and I'm the graphic artist for Doctor Who. It's kind of anything from designing alien texts that we have to put onto space stations, and so it goes from Victorian Cardiff to space stations that are 500,000 years in the future, so it's kind of a whole spectrum of graphic needs. This is the Gallifreyan notation system, the numerical notation. We've got the numbers 1 to 6 here. There's also a 0, which I haven't put on there. But what we have here are English numbers, as it were, Roman numbers, translated into Gallifreyan from 1 to 12. So there is a system. It's, if I give it all away, it's base 7. I sort of get a bit wound up in the logic of it all, and it doesn't really matter maybe in the end, but I kind of like that side of it. This is Chula language, which appears in Captain Jack's ship. He's stolen his ship off the Chula, or acquired it, and the Chula are kind of quite aggressive fighting force, perhaps. So this text is is quite heavily based on Maori tattoo. It's quite an aggressive looking thing. This up here is from Platform 1, and this text is drawn from a whole range of alphabets, from Inuit language, Sanskrit. I kind of wanted to get a bit of all sorts of different types of languages in there, as if they've kind of compressed the whole of the kind of Earth history of writing into one font, as it were. With a bit of research from the Chula language, things for the hospital and from 9 and 10, lots of wartime stuff in here. And then we're into episode 11 and drinks labels, Tiger Bay wine, and then the nuclear posters that I think you may have seen. So again, the script department comes up with all the wording, and then we work from that. This is quite a little funny little detail. This didn't actually make it onto the Jack's blaster, but this was a logo to go onto his blaster, which linked up with the fact that the Doctor switches his blaster for a banana. So I'd originally made a small logo for the banana. We had on Who Spy a section of Satellite 5, the floor plan that I'd made for that, and there's some quite alien text on it, that's Satellite 5 text, and we had people trying to translate that who'd sort of emailed it around to various people who they knew could speak kind of Oriental languages, who were desperate to translate it to find out the significance of it. And of course, it's just a made-up language for Satellite 5. So that was quite a sweet one, really.
Camera operator, Mark Isaac Focus Point. I think people find it strange that so many individuals working around the camera, but we have a very specific role. And if it was left up to one person, then it just wouldn't work, because there's so much to look out for.
It's very often he can lead the audience's eye to where they need to be looking in the frame. So he has important decisions to make about where you're looking. Obviously, he has to have great conversations with the director about where he wants at any one time, so timing comes into it.
Well, I don't actually look down the camera whilst we're doing the shot, so I have to imagine really what Martin's seeing. So, on Doctor Who we're shooting on video, and the format's called Digibeta, it's a digital format. It's very much like the cameras that they use on news and sport and things like that. So the camera's not that different. These are very unusual lenses. They use high definition lenses, which are used on high definition programs. They're some of the best lenses you can probably get in the world. We've got 2 lenses for each camera. They're zoom lenses. They're £45,000 each for the lens. So the lens is probably worth more than anything else on the camera. Then basically, like I say, you've got the lens, camera body. The next bit down is the camera head. This is a very geared head. And basically, by adjusting the wheels, Martin can change the framing of the shot. It makes it very steady and very smooth. Then below the head we have the dolly, and that's operated by John Robinson, who's the grip. Basically that's a platform for the camera, a very steady platform. So in this situation it's just locked off and it's not moving. But we can put the dolly on tracks, and we can do moving shots trekking out and trekking past the artist or alongside them. So during the shot, Martin has his ITI piece, stands on here like this. That's how he operates. Then I stand beside him, and then my job is to adjust his focus. You know, I was saying about focus pull. So on here there's markings, which basically are feet. So if the artist is 6 foot away from the camera, then I'll put it on 6 foot. They're not too different really from the standard camcorder at home, just a little bit bigger and a little bit heavier.
And a little bit more expensive.
A little bit more expensive, yeah. Well, I mean, when I found out I was working on it, I was just excited, because it must be one of the biggest things BBC are doing this year, or for quite a long time, to be involved with a project like that. You know, such kudos and so much anticipation as well. You know, Martin has to often imagine the framing of how big this spaceship was going to be. And I have to imagine with the focus puller, where is it going to be, flying through the air. So often we're shooting things that are not there, and using our imaginations really. But the drawings, the storyboards and the pre-visualisation stuff, they'll do it fantastic.
You have to visualise as well. You get into in-depth conversations with the people at Mill. Dave Houghton is our man on this. He's particularly good. He uses his computer, and he'll knock up some graphics for us to give us an idea. I had great difficulty in visualising what the Reapers were like, so we went and got on his computer and basically put one on there. But then it was the size of it. So his size of it was about 4 times greater than anybody else's perception of what it was going to be. So then we had to start altering the frames to match what he was doing. Otherwise, basically, his effects weren't going to work. So we didn't have to reshoot anything, but we had to then step back, take a while, and have a discussion about it, and then remodel the shots again.
Well, yeah, another thing we do is a lot of green screen work. You probably shot some of that, which is which was in the old days would be CSO colour separation and overlay. I mean, Martin's shots are very sexy. He makes part of it very sexy.
We've got a sexy team. We've got a beautiful young camera assistant who helps. When you go onto the set and see the inside of the TARDIS, it's just magnificent, really. I mean, it really is the everlasting question of how come it's so big on the inside and the outside.
When Billy first sees the TARDIS, we did quite a difficult technical shot with a Steadicam. Paul Edwards was a Steadicam operator. When Billy goes to the TARDIS first time, and we're behind Billy, the doors open, the camera follows her in, and then the Steadicam operator then stood onto the crane, and the crane then swung up into the air and inside the TARDIS, and we saw it for the first time, and that was pretty magical.
I love operating. It's a great job. You're really much in the middle of things. You're very busy coordinating, moving things, creative.
So can I do your job for a change?
You can have it.
Love it, thanks.
Can I go over?
Yeah.
My name is Mark Caudry. I'm, I guess, Head of Special Props is my current title. I've made probably most of the special guns so far. The Doctor's cannon in the first Dalek episode, the surfboard for the current one we're filming, episode 11. Electromanacles, stunt props, fake axes, that sort of thing. Things which have got to do tricks, basically. Really, the trick is the initial design. We've got a fantastic team of conceptual artists and designers there, and they send me the outline. Sometimes it's bare outline, sometimes it's very detailed. And that's the starting point, and after that it's just a matter of materials, techniques, spray paints, finishes. Captain Jack's gun from the World War II episode, that had to have 4 different lighting states on it, all self-contained and also look really nice. That was a difficult one. It also had to hammer against a brick wall or a door or something. So yeah, looks nice and sturdy. And the other one is definitely the last prop that I've just made, which is the surfboard, which had to be all singing, all dancing, and cram as many lights as possible in something about that thick. This one has taken 2 of us just over 2 weeks to do, from the initial pattern down to the final product. There are 2 of these. There's this one which isn't all singing, all dancing at the moment, but if we could power it up, would be. And then we've got one that you can jump up and down on, because part of the brief of the script is Margaret, the character, has to stand on it, and anybody who was going to stand on this would probably wreck a lot of work in a very short period of time. Oh, LEDs. I've learned so much about LEDs. They're great, they're small and they don't need big batteries. So yeah, there's a lot of LEDs. I think we probably take out a loan to get a big bulk job of them for the next series. Nothing's been particularly easy. We use all different sort of materials. I mean, this is fiberglass. We use fiberglass, plastic, metals, resins, whatever is required for the job. There are a lot of processes I'd love to be able to use, but we don't have the time or necessarily the budget for a particular item to go off using really fancy techniques. But maybe in the next series we can get a little bit more prep time. The 12-year-old I used to be would be dead proud of me now.
I'm Captain Jack Harkness. That's the character I play. My real name's John Barrowman, and I play an intergalactic 51st century time agent who hooks up with the Doctor and Rose and becomes one of, I guess you can call him the male assistant, basically. If it were a swimming pool, he never would just test the water. He jumps in, you know, head first rather than feet first. And that's what I like about him. He just acts spontaneously, just off the cuff. Of course, I like him because he's something that I'm not, and he's I like the situations, how he gets himself out of stuff, and obviously there's a little bit of me in television. You use a little bit of yourself in characters, but no, there's no way. If I hated him, I wouldn't be doing the job. I prefer mornings. I don't like the night ones. Night shoots, because your body gets all out of sync and it's dark, and I'm a day person, you know, so I like doing the, I like getting it over with and then going to bed at night. Nothing really has been so challenging physically, but word-wise, you know, the writers fill your mouth with a lot of garble sometimes that, you know, you have to make sense of.
Raxacorico fallopatorius.
Raxacorico.
Fallopatorius.
Raxacorico fallopatorius. Ah, that's it!
Raxacorica fallopatorius. I mean, that's the name of a planet, and we have to rattle that off a few times. So there's words like that in a big sentence or in a speech, and it's just mind-boggling. Don't ask me to repeat anymore because I can never remember them. After I've done them, they're gone. The single thing I have enjoyed the most thus far, it would be the stuff we shot inside my spaceship, because it was just cool to have a spaceship. You know, growing up as a little boy, everybody wanted a spaceship. Everybody wanted the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, and I kind of got my own, which is kind of cool. What would I steal from the set? I would take my gun. I have a gun that is pretty amazing. It does the equivalent, everything that the Doctor's sonic screwdriver does, except mine can cause a little more harm. So I'd like that. That's right, first bisexual character in Doctor who fancies the Doctor and also fancies Rose. So go figure. It's never been said outright about liking boys or liking girls. It's done with an innuendo about dancing. So you have to watch for that. That's the first episode that I'm in. And the Doctor says a line to the extent of, I'm not quoting it exactly, but he says, you know, what, Rose, I can dance. And she says, I think Jack wants to dance. And he says, yeah, but who with? I've been getting fan mail. Already? Yeah, already. People asking for autographs, sending Doctor Who stuff for me to sign. I'm like sending it back to them. I'm like, that's not, you know, old stuff, and that's nothing to do with me, so I'm not signing any of that. I'll sign the new stuff, not the old.
Would you say you're the best dancer out of the three?
I have no comment on that. Billy's pretty good.
Well, hello, I'm Julie Gardner and I'm the executive producer on Doctor Who. I do a range of things day by day. I'm part of the casting process. I look after the pre-production periods in liaison with Phil Collins and the producer. I have lots of conversations about the programme budget, endlessly, and I'm involved in the post-production of the show, so I will see rushes and then I will see fine cuts and I will go to dubs. So it's quite an active, hands-on role on Doctor Who. Absolutely singly, the most enjoyable thing is how you see a programme coming together. So you get to see little bits of joy as you go along, as well as doing all the hard work. So seeing the daily rushes is fantastic. Seeing how the script is being realised is endlessly exciting, and seeing how the casting that you've put in place is working out is great fun. I think we're so fortunate on Doctor Who to have Russell T Davies as the lead writer. We don't really have showrunners in the UK in the way that American long-running series have a showrunner who is an executive producer and writer. And I think the closest thing is Russell's involvement on Doctor Who, where he is a co-executive producer. Like me, he's across casting and as well as scripts, and he's across the fine cuts and the music. And it really is a very authored show, because it's Russell that first kind of set it up, with some fantastic other writers involved, like Stephen Moffat and Mark Gatiss and Rob Shearman and Paul Cannell, a great writing team. But having Russell at the heart of it really helps you keep it in your head. I mean, I think the classic Doctor Who series had some extraordinary writing, and I personally, I think we have that with Russell. I think he's incredibly thoughtful, and I think he's an extraordinary writer who can tell really meaningful, really emotional stories in a very fun way. So I think it's the variety. I mean, people will always say it's how we're making them and the production effects, and obviously the influence of CGI and other special effects work can be seen on every episode. So in that way, it's a very different show. I mean, in terms of pace, for example, we are doing singles and 2-part stories, whereas the classic show would do 4 parts, 6 parts. I don't think you can tell that length of story now. I think it has to move faster. I think the audience demands a greater pace. Publicity is always crazy because we are so often paparazzied. What I didn't realise about Doctor Who is that it's such a big brand is the wrong word because it sounds very clinical and very businessy, but there are so many offshoots to the show. So you may be dealing with the production and all the editorial work that you do, but then you're involved with Worldwide and their needs, publicity, the online needs. It's incredibly varied and needs a lot of prepping, and it's almost like making a movie every week without the budget. I mean, you should ask Phil Collins and the producer how hands-on I like to be. But yes, you have to get out of the office. I love making TV, and it'd be horrible to be trapped in the office all the time. Giddiest Joy. I'm going to give you 3 moments of Giddiest Joy. Number 1 was getting episode 1 for the first time and literally not being able to turn the pages fast enough. I mean, literally just being in such a state of excitement to just see what Russell had done and what the show would feel like in tone and flavour. Seeing the TARDIS being built, sneak preview of that, and finally thinking, oh god, it's real, we're really doing it. And of course I can't not say the D word, seeing the Dalek. And I think there is some really terrible footage of me which will be on the BBC Three documentary show, which sees me meeting the Dalek for the first time, where it's chasing me up and down a corridor and I am screaming, and I have to say, I'm sorry Mum, I'm swearing quite a bit. But it was incredibly exciting to see the Dalek. I want to be making Doctor Who forever. It's just a great show. I love it. It's great fun. It's hard, but it's the best format in the world. There's not a story that you couldn't tell on Doctor Who, I believe.
My name's John Richards. I'm the film editor on Doctor Who. One of the most interesting things is we have different directors who bring their styles and the editors. And yet we've got a whole series that holds together very well, which is also part of the job of making sure that you're not too different, but whilst retaining something that does look individual and a bit unique even within the series. I always find myself very, very character driven. I particularly like to see how the characters develop, so I tend to concentrate on relationships. I particularly like the relationship that we have between Rose and the Doctor, and so whenever possible I'm trying to develop their eye contact, their touching, their him looking after her in danger, and really concentrating on what Russell's got in the script of their relationship, which for me is what really is the bedrock of the series. The resources that you have with computers allow you to visualise things that you could never see on film in the old way, which allow you to make much more faster decisions, much more varied decisions. They give you the opportunity to do things like, right, I'm just going to try something. Let me have half an hour just to play with this and see whether or not it's right. And if you go down a dead end, it really doesn't matter. And you can keep that put away and put to the side and then say, actually, I'll have a look back at that later on. And you may find there's something in it that you want. Editors and the guys at Special Effects have to be hand in hand. And I have a very close relationship with Will and Dave Houghton, who deal with the special effects. And we adjust where a shot maybe isn't telling the story quite properly, and they come up with either a new shot for me, or maybe we have to drop a shot or extend a shot. The sound post-production is, for me, one of the most important things. It actually is as important as the visual effects, because the soundscape will really be the bit that can scare you. You can do so much more. You can make people jump very cheaply. You can actually give them information very efficiently. So actually how you edit something, I'm forever leaving pauses that maybe somebody says, oh, that's a bit too long, and I'm saying, well, actually I know I'm going to put something in there of sound. So I work very closely with our sound designer, Paul McFadden and Paul Jeffries, to make sure that we will get extra aliens, extra sound effects, sounds that I think will work for us. And then from the music side of it, in something like Doctor Who, it's absolutely critical. So we choose the kind of style of music that we like, and we do a temp track to it. We use that then to point up exactly where we expect music to go, and the kind of tempo that we think it's likely to go for. It's all about telling a story. So my editing technique and the way I think we put the programs together is much more about the tale we're telling, and then using all the techniques that we now have available that we didn't have last time Doctor Who was being made, to be able to put some really good quality visual effects in that are world-class things that really will scare people, make you jump, and make you believe. The whole suspension of disbelief should really be there in many, many shots. And at the dubbing theatre, it's the most wonderful final occasion, because usually you've got all the special effects in, maybe a few missing, and you get all of the sound effects together and then the music together, and everything starts to look pristine, and it's at that moment you really start to go, gosh, this is fun, we get paid for this too.
The mill was originally set up in 1990 and was the first genuine sort of standalone, totally digital visual effects house in London.
The title sequence is an homage to the Tom Baker title sequence, which is kind of quite iconic, and everybody remembers that one because it was scary, along with the music. In post-production, it breaks down into 4 main areas. So you have the grading, which is where the pictures are all colour corrected, and you have the online, where the full resolution images are all put together. 3D operators build 3D models on the computer, spaceships, Alien, and you have the compositors that actually take the 3D animation and put it into the live action shots. This is chrome ball, which we use on set. After we filmed the live action shot, I put this ball into the shot where the creature or spaceship will be, and it reflects the light sources, which then can be recreated on the computer. Then we've got another little grey ball, which is the 3D Geyser reference for the ambient light.
On other jobs, you usually find you're quite distant from the directors, being in the film industry. On this job, we've actually been working quite closely with the directors. The directors come in and they give us an indication of what they want, to go away, to come back.
Classic example is the Reaper, where various designs were given to us, suggested to us, and we then suggested our own versions, because the versions that we were given were going to be quite difficult to do within the timescale that we've got.
The Slitheen I found quite hard because when you're working with CGI, it's quite easy to make a CGI creature and put it in a scene as long as it's the only thing in the episode. But when you've got to actually match to something that's real, where they'd actually got a kind of rubber suit with a man in it, we had to match that. That was quite difficult.
The best thing is to realise that you are actually cheating, to realise that the world that you're creating inside the computer doesn't work with real dynamics, with real world physics in there.
One of my favourite effects so far is the spaceship crashing into the Thames. The final shot of that is, well, it's just lovely to see the Big Ben getting its top knocked off and then the ship crashing into the Thames.
I think I enjoyed doing Cassandra the best. It was a real challenge to get her face looking right, to get a flat face which had hints of Zoe Wanamaker, who's doing the voice, to get it to work as a stretched piece of skin.
It's probably episode 8, I would think, Reapers, and I also sort of looked after the TARDIS reveal as well, which I was sort of quite precious about. I think that's probably the best episode I've done so far, but I'm also quite proud of episode 6. I think that the visual effects in it should be there to support what the story is or what the script is. The strongest thing in Doctor Who is that I only came into this job. The first question I asked was, are the scripts good and is the story good? Because it would have been, it wouldn't have been very good if it was all visual effects, and because people just lose interest.
I have to say that every episode, and I can say this because we've just finished today, every episode had its own unique challenge. The most complicated sequences probably were episode 9's Flying Over London, which consisted of matte paintings projected onto 3D geometry so you could move the camera. The explosions were mainly miniatures and models, and a lot of compositing work. So altogether, I think that was one of the toughest challenges. Certainly nearly fainted when I read the script. And the ones we've just finished, 12 and 13, have been enormously ambitious, so I'm hoping everyone really enjoys those.
I'm a standby prop man, which means
I'm literally on set with the props. It's my job to make sure that they get the props when they need them, they're kept for continuity and looked after basically. We just carry a bit of everything, or we try to carry a bit of everything, and up to now, again, we haven't been caught up, but it's one of those jobs where you literally could be asked for anything at any time. Right. On the middle drawer we have the hand props for the main actors and artists. For instance, Captain Jack's blaster, which he uses frequently on this job. Billy's continuity mobile phone, which we have 2 or 3 of, just in case. The electronic cufflinks. All important TARDIS keys, which we have 3 TARDISes, and each key has to be identical, so we have copies of each one just in case things get lost. Billy's keyring, which we established in episode 1. So whenever Billy has the key, we need to attach the TARDIS key to that keyring. And the problem is, with a lot of these keys, is the fact that they have makers' names on them. So we've had to grind away any sort of maker's name, and we keep them in an oil bag in case they go rusty because the plating came off when we grabbed them. But those are the TARDIS keys. There's various other things. This is the money pod, or the credit card. Again, everything is made up by a prop maker, so it's not made out of very expensive metal. Again, it's can go rusty, so we keep them all in plastic bags with oil to keep them shiny. This is Margaret when she dresses down to an egg, and that's the Slovene egg, which you can see. The KY jelly is to give it a nice shine. Various guises of the Sonic. The Sonic, that's the actual one that we use. We have a very near copy which we use for close-ups in case it may get damaged. So that one lights up as well. We also have a couple of wooden ones which they're thrown through the air occasionally, so that going through the air just in case we damage the wheels. We also keep a lot of Captain Jack's hand props in here as well. His binoculars, his wallet, and his hip flask, which again, these are all one-offs, so we can't afford to lose any. Captain Jack also has quite a few gimmicks and little gadgets. His little torch that he uses, which is a common makeup torch with a brass case put on it. His own little screwdriver. And his device that he operates his cloaking mechanism for his ship, which is just basically a small torch. We've had quite a few breakdowns, such as the complexity of a lot of the small props. We had a few sort of strange moments where everything stops for us to change a battery or rewire something, but up to now, touch wood, we've got through it. The Sonic is the one that's more fragile of the prop, should we say, yes. Because it's used quite enthusiastically, it's called to be moved about, operated and thrown around. It does take a bit of a battery, so that's the one that causes us most problems, yes.
I'm Joe Ahern, and I directed 5 of the episodes in the first series. The crew had been working really hard for, I think, 8 or 9 months by the time I joined the last block. And yeah, I think everyone was tired, but I think also everyone was very fired up by the fact they're building up to this huge conclusion, and it's a Dalek war and so on. So I think, you know, in a way, there's a burst of energy at the end of a long shoot just because people really can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and certainly no punches were spared in the last couple of weeks. The robots in Bad Wolf, I think the challenge really was getting them close enough to the personalities of the people that they actually represent. So you've got to be able to recognise that the voice is Anne Robinson's, and the voice of Trinny and Susanna, and the voice of Davina McCall, although we don't see the Davina droid, we only hear them. Oh, we don't care about the blokes in the costumes, we just keep filming until they faint, basically. They're very hard. I think only the costumes on Doctor Who are really, you wouldn't want to wear them at a fancy dress parade. They're not designed for that. So they can really only be worn for short times, and you have to give the people inside proper drink breaks, or seriously they will collapse and keel over, as I think happened in the first block. Nothing to do with me. The android and I think one of the Trinity Susanna droids played by the same guy, Alan, who I think also played the Slitheen, and I think he may even have played an Auton. He pops up a lot in different guises, and he's a real trooper. I mean, he really doesn't complain until he's about to hyperventilate, and you can see it in his face. He goes completely red, and is presumably about 5 minutes away from collapsing. So at that point, you stop filming, let him have a sit down for 5 minutes, and then start again. There's not an awful lot of time for sitting around on Doctor Who. With The Weakest Link, we did do a bit of research, and we looked at how the show looks, and we tried to replicate some of the camera angles and the graphics that are on screen and the tracking shots. So we tried to give that more of a live, quiz show feel. And Trinny and Susanna, again, has a very different look. I think that the real programme is very much documentary. It's not very constructed, whereas ours is. The game station has supposedly 500 floors, and each time you go to a different floor, you're supposed to believe that it's a different corridor. I think it's quite a big, impressive set by itself, but there's a lot of action that takes place there. So you have to do a lot of stuff with stylized lights and so on to try and make it look different for the different places. But I'm sure most people will realise that it's, we haven't built a whole space station in Swansea, but done the next best thing. I mean, everyone knows the Daleks are coming back at the end of episode 12, but I think the idea was to really kind of conceal the moment visually where we see them in their splendour for the first time. So the first time we see that it's a Dalek, it's done from the Dalek's point of view. So I think pretty much most of the audience, and certainly all the fans, will know once you see that blue kind of circular prism, you know you're back in Dalek land. And then the next time you see someone being exterminated, you don't see the Dalek for true. You see it just a kind of distorted reflection in a mirror. And that was something that wasn't storyboarded and wasn't planned. We just saw it on the day when we were going around the set, and the designer Ed had put up these wonderful kind of gold perspex panels, and as you're walking around you could see kind of distorted reflections of the crew in it, and you kind of immediately thought, you want to see a Dalek, do that as well. The reveal at the end of 12, where you see Rose surrounded by I think 9 Daleks, and you keep jumping back. The first shot we did on set, and then the rest of them are all CGI. So in a way the fun part of that is seeing what the boys do with it later when you go to the mill and you see that final CGI shot get put together, and that's quite exciting.
I am the god of all Daleks. Worship him, worship him. TARDIS detected. Exterminate, you can't.
If this message is activated, then it can only mean danger, and I mean fatal.
Can't do this to me.
If this message is activated, then it can only mean danger, and I mean fatal.
Can't do this to me.
Is activated, then it can only mean danger, and I mean fatal.
I am the god of all Daleks. TARDIS detected. Exterminate, you can't.
Having gone through a number of designs, they wanted to see if it was going to be feasible to go with a new design of Dalek, effectively. And we decided that yes, it was going to be feasible in the time scale, and these are parts of the final prop. Obviously not assembled, but we've got various components to him. So what we've got here is the base section, which has got the balls as is traditional on a Dalek, but as opposed to it being a complete skirt, there are 3 of these shield-like shapes that support the central torso of the Dalek. So having picked up that design element, the rest of the Dalek has got the head as before, echoes of the slats from the new Dalek, echoes of the neck section. So everything's got design elements that are in the Dalek traditionally, but hopefully put together in a slightly new way. So you still look at it and think, yeah, I know what that is, but actually it's unlike any Dalek we've ever seen before. As always, we are part of an overall design effort. The look of it has been established by Ed Thomas and the art department. Matt Savage and Dan, who've been the concept artists on it, have come up with the look, which has informed how we build. We then have adapted that build to work in 3 dimensions and get us the overall prop. The live action has been shot against green screen down in Cardiff with Chris and Billy looking up into an empty space. And then the mill are providing a digital matte painting of the background, which will be the inside of the Dalek saucer, of which this thing is sitting in the middle. So ultimately you've got several layers. You've got live action, you've got miniature, and you've got digital. So it is covering just about all the disciplines. And of course Neil Gorton providing his little wiggly animatronic Dalek creature in the tube there, which was also shot live action down in Cardiff. So it really is covering absolutely all the bases.
The Dalek spaceship was a lovely set. I mean, Ed Thomas, the designer, did a fantastic job on that. It looks, you know, I think it looks really dark and sexy, and the colours work really beautifully well with the Daleks. And once you've got 10 or 20 of them trundling around through clever use of split screen, it looks like an amazing set. And it was also supplemented really well by the people at the mill, who were able to give it even more scale by putting what we'd shot into a small area of the screen and creating more Daleks and so on. And also obviously the exterior of the spaceship they created. I mean, they were modelling the outside of that spaceship for many months before we'd actually filmed it, and so by the time we came to editing, they'd put an awful lot of detail into the ship, much more than you normally get with TV. In some ways the technology is not a lot advanced from what it was in the 60s and 70s, where you've got 3 props and you've got to make them look like an army, and the way you do that is by doing a lot of split screens. So for example, there's a shot in towards the end of episode 13 where the Daleks, having finally killed everyone on the game station, surround the Doctor, and it's a kind of a top shot looking down, and it looks like there's about 16 or 20 Daleks surrounding him. Well, in fact we had 3, so I can't remember the maths, but it means you have to do it 5 or 6 or 7 times, and every time one of those 3 Daleks bumps or gets something wrong, you have to do it again. So it took us about half a day just to do that one shot. But the Dalek operators are really great people. It takes a lot of operators to work one Dalek. You have the guy inside Barnaby who's very responsible, you know, very responsive, I should say, and very patient, because I have to do an awful lot of things that you wouldn't imagine just watching it, you know, in terms of coordinating the gun stick, the sucker, and also the way it turns. I mean, whenever a Dalek turns, you can do it the easy way, which is to keep the eye stick lined up with the body, and it turns like that. And the more difficult way to do it is to have the eye move around first and then the body turn it, and that looks much more machine-like and, you know, kind of more gripping. It takes a long time to do because you have to coordinate Barnaby inside the Dalek along with Colin and his glamorous assistant, who have got their radio-controlled heads offset. The radio controls often get snarled up with other radio waves that are in the vicinity, so sometimes, you know, a Dalek will start flashing its lights when it's not speaking, and you have to move the radio transmitters around to try and get a clear signal. Or they just haven't got a clear line of sight because they're trying to avoid radio interference, so they can't see the Dalek properly, so that's not working. And sometimes they'll just hit a bump and everything go waggle, and it'll look like a £10 prop rather than a £8,000 prop, which is what it is. So there's an awful lot of people kind of that go into making just one Dalek work. When you've got 3 Daleks working and they're moving around and they're talking to each other, it's a bit like, I imagine what choreographing ballet must be like, you know, with people wearing lead boots. It's really quite difficult, tricky, but very satisfying when it comes together. I prefer filming on set when I'm on location and vice versa. You just get, when you're on a set, however nice it is, if you're there for more than a week or 2, you get bored, and people do get a bit slower and a bit, you know, the energy kind of sags, and it's just nice to get out in the open air. But once you've been chasing sunlight or clouds for a day or 2, you just dream of being inside the set where you've got kind of much more control, and you can remove walls, and you're not crushed for space, and you don't have parking problems, and, you know, you tend to get a bit more done. There are many enjoyable parts of the episodes. I think certainly one of the favourite parts is the kind of, you know, the kids part really, which is Daleks having conversations and yelling at each other to launch missiles and exterminate and so on. That's always great fun. I also really enjoyed doing the hologram scene with the Doctor, which is what we think is going to be the Doctor's final farewell to Rose. In fact, he does get another chance, and that was quite moving, although in fact we filmed it in 2 different blocks. We did all Chris's stuff first with a double for Rose, and then we did all Rose's stuff with a double for the Doctor, so it's kind of a strange way of doing it, but when it's cut together I think it's quite powerful. Chris's last day was, you know, in many ways quite a sad day. It was also a big scene. It was a scene with the Emperor Dalek, and I think his last lines of dialogue were his big speech to the Daleks, you know, talking about them being I think disgusted by their own flesh, so we had a really, you know, great soliloquy to go out on, and we had a big cast and cast and crew photo, and then he disappeared, and then we carried on filming the afternoon. I mean, there's not a lot of time to, stop and have champagne and, have canapes or whatever. You just have to keep motoring on because there's a lot to do every day.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Exterminate!
Paul Lascelles.
Yeah, I'm on the Who. Yeah, with the Daleks. Yeah.
We can't practice going through the doors because the doors don't open big enough at the moment. Because they had to cut the doors back so that we can actually get through. Because they were 38 inches and we were 38 and a half.
Just tight here, okay?
You said 6 minutes. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are at war. No, thank you. Okay.
You'll be alright in there. That side of the station reinforced against images. It should hold.
I'm sorry. No, let's say that over was you.
Action.
Dalek Poe.
Is it switched on?
Okay then.
Get in if you want.
Thank you very much. You were wonderful.
That's so easy.
Brilliant. That was so good.
Captain Jack is a time agent from the 51st century who survives by conning other time agents with pieces of junk or objects that he thinks they will be interested in.
A fully equipped Chula warship. The last one in existence, armed to the teeth. And I know where it is. Because I parked it.
He's doing it for selfish reasons because 2 years of his memory are completely gone.
They saw your memories.
2 years of my life. No idea what I did.
So he is in search of his lost memory because he doesn't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. He doesn't know why his memory's been taken away.
My friend over there doesn't trust me. And for all I know, he's right not to.
One of the things I love about Captain Jack is he jumps in with both feet. He doesn't think about the consequence. He deals with the consequence as it comes.
Find some harmless piece of space junk, let the nearest time agent track it back to Earth, convince him it's valuable, and name a price. When he's put 50% up front, oops, German bomb falls on it, destroys it forever. He never gets to see what he's paid for. The perfect self-cleaning con.
If I see an opportunity, I go for it. And if it's something that I want, I go for it with gusto. I might not get it, but I give it my best shot. And what is really kind of cool is Russell has interpreted all of the things that I spoke about on that first meeting, and he's vocalized it to all the other writers, and they've put it actually into Captain Jack.
Who the hell are you?
What do you mean, who the hell am I? Who the hell are you?
Captain Jack Harkness. Whatever you're selling, we're not buying.
Get out my way.
So that's where the beauty of them putting the personality of John Barrowman into Captain Jack came out. And it's great. It's me being a big kid and having a lot of fun.
Is that a tribophysical waveform macrokinetic extrapolator? Couldn't have put it better myself. Ooh, genius!
One of the great motivations for Captain Jack is sex, because he hits on everybody that he is introduced to.
Hey there.
Hello.
Captain Jack Harkness.
Linda Moss.
Nice to meet you, Linda Moss.
Do you mind flirting outside?
I was just saying hello.
For you, that's flirting.
Your quintessential kind of sailor. He's got a love in every port. Now, whether that be a girl or a boy...
Excellent bottom. So, Ben, there's a time and a place.
That's obvious in the first episode that Jack appears in because of algae.
Sorry, old man.
You know, people just think it's a friendly whack on his butt.
I gotta go meet a girl. But you got an excellent bottom, too.
But it's not. There's more to it than that. And I love the bit where I thought it was played brilliantly when we're in the railroad station later on in that episode.
Hey, they've got algae on duty. Must be important.
We've got to get past it.
You know, Rose makes the comment.
Are the words distract the guard heading in my general direction?
I don't think that'd be such a good idea.
And I turn and say, nah, you're not his type. And boom. Okay, you know, now she gets it.
Relax. He's a 51st century guy. He's just a bit more flexible when it comes to dancing.
How flexible?
Although the Doctor isn't a human being, he's still a being. And for them, he has to feel something for Rose. There's a whole kind of, you know, and maybe he did fancy her.
So where'd you pick this one up then?
Doctor.
She was hanging from a barrage balloon. I had an invisible spaceship. I never stood a chance.
But he chose to let her maybe think that it's a father-daughter thing rather than a boyfriend-girlfriend thing. But as soon as this other dynamic comes in, this guy, and she actually says to Rose actually says to the Doctor, you know, about him being good looking.
Okay, so he's vanished into thin air. Why is it always the great looking ones who do that?
I'm making an effort not to be insulted.
I mean, men.
Okay, thanks. That really helped.
She's turned on by Jack's kind of futuristicness, if that could be a word.
Or maybe we should go find him.
And how are you going to do that?
Easy. I'll do a scan for alien tech.
Finally, a professional.
But in the whole course of that Jack's personality, he then starts to kind of like the Doctor.
Oh, sweet. Look at these two. How come I never get any of that?
Buy me a drink first.
Such hard work.
But worth it.
And when Jack says goodbye to the Doctor and Rose in episode 13, and there was the kiss for Rose, and then for the Doctor.
Rose. You are worth fighting for.
I wanted to make them both the same.
Wish I'd never met you, Doctor. I was much better off as a coward.
And that shows you the affection that Jack has for both of them.
See you in hell.
We didn't want to make it salacious. Oh, the Doctor's kissed by a guy.
Do I look like an out-of-bounds sort of guy?
One thing I like about, you know, the way kind of I've done it, in a sense, with being an action hero, is I've given him a little bit of heart.
One last time! Any more volunteers?
He's a guy that you could see in the stand. You know, that's the bizarre thing. People come up to me in the street and say, Captain Jack, you know. Like, you know, it's John. No, you're Captain Jack, man. You're my hero. Which is really kind of cool.
Just stand still and let the defabricator work its magic.
What's the defabricator?
I hope you can get footage of the actual stripping down of Captain Jack.
Okay, defabricator. Does exactly what it says on the tin. Am I naked in front of millions of viewers?
Absolutely.
The powers that be thought it was too much for the public to see my ass. And I have worked very hard to keep it in good shape.
And now it's time for the face-off.
What does that mean? Do I get to compete with someone else?
No, like I said, face-off.
There was no faking it. I was butt naked in that sequence. And the funny thing was that everybody came out of the woodwork that day to watch. And Joe, the director, completely, he said to me, when we began, he said, are you comfortable with this? How do you want to film this? I said, Joe, I have no qualms. I am not a person who is afraid of, my body.
Now, hold on, ladies. I don't want to have to shoot either one of you.
The robots, Trini and Susanna, got a really full view of everything because obviously they were right in front of me. And, but it was good. It was good. It's, that's what it's all about. I don't mind taking my clothes off as long as it is not just for the sake of someone trying to make something, and say, let's get a nude shot. There was actually a reason for it.
But you're unarmed. You're naked. But that's a compact laser deluxe. Where were you hiding that?
You really don't want to know.
Give me that accessory.
I would love if Captain Jack had his own series. I think that would be, for me personally, that would be awesome. That would be cool. But whether or not it would have to be, it would have to be another kind of time dimension in parallel, or what would be kind of cool, because then you could do all these kind of specials where they meet, boom, and then they go off again. Oh, I'd love that. Yeah, I could see Captain Jack with his own. Yeah, I could see Captain Jack with his own TV show. Hell yeah.
And I run BBC One, and I was the person who decided we should do another Doctor Who. We wanted to bring some drama to early Saturday evening, and once we started to think about it, we couldn't really think of anything better. We kept referring back to the days of Doctor Who when the whole family would sit around the television. And then when we heard that Russell T Davies wanted to write it, we were lucky with this series. We had several fantastic writers who wanted to write for it, who were real Doctor Who fans. We needed somebody who was going to set the template and have the vision. And Russell has one of those unique talents. He has the ability to be very modern, to hang on to what needs to be hung on to, and yet to completely move the series on. So I think for people who've never seen Doctor Who in their lives before, this will feel like a fantastic contemporary series. And of course they're great action adventures, and I really think that kids will be scared by wheelie bins that attack people or shock dummies. I mean, my daughter used to be afraid of things like shock dummies and clowns and things like that, and that's the sort of thing children are afraid of. Obviously, when you resurrect something like Doctor Who, you carry a huge burden of expectation, and I really think that we've done something that will exceed people's expectations. But I'm sure there will be the odd fan or two, or the odd critic or two who won't like it. I hope, and I genuinely believe, that the majority of our viewers will love it. Nothing beats the Doctor. It's as simple as that. Nothing beats the Doctor.
So, why did you agree to be Doctor Who?
Because it was written by Russell T Davies, primarily.
You weren't a fan then? Wasn't wanting to be Doctor
No, I wasn't a fan as a child, no. I was playing out when Doctor Who was on as a child. It didn't... There were key moments that I would tune in for, and that would be a regeneration. Because as a child I was fascinated by the concept of a character remaining the same but looking different. I thought that was fascinating. And secondary to that, I wanted to see how they would do it technically. And the other time I would tune in was the inside of the Dalek. As a child, I thought that was mesmerising. This idea of this thing that had been so frightening and so threatening was actually pathetic. I thought that, too, as a child, that was fascinating.
So you didn't see an awful lot of Doctor Who, because there weren't many regenerations, were there?
No, but I seem to remember, it'd be in the press that it was going to happen, like it'd be in the press that the Daleks were going to take the lid off a Dalek. And I'm old enough to remember not William Hartnell, but the great Patrick Troughton. And I have a strong visual memory of his face, a black and white episode, and I do think Doctor Who I think it looks great in colour, but I think it works in black and white as well. Now, your Doctor Who, he's got a nice northern accent and remarkably different from the others. Did you go back at any point and go, I'm going to keep that bit of Doctor Who? Or which bits can you jump? I feel the old series, I think what we've jettisoned is the sexism of the underwritten female role. And also, the defining characteristics of Doctor Who, to a certain extent, are heroism and intelligence. And there seemed to be being an equation drawn with RP, received pronunciation, that was the sole area, really. And I felt that it was time to, along with the sexism, it was time for that to be kicked out,
And of course, the key element of Doctor Who is the monsters. You're acting against monsters most of the time, are you? And Daleks and all the villains.
Yeah, the key element is things like the Daleks, the Slitheen, the Gelth, the Mox of Balhoon, the
Any
Face of
Cybermen coming back?
We're not, no. Cybermen, you have to wait for the Cybermen, but you get everything else. And what you get is Russell has created a whole new array of villains, creatures of his own, to add to the gallery of the last 40 years.
Now, some people, when they look back at the old episodes, they laugh at them and say, the Dalek's been made with a sink plunger and things like that. You've got to compete against some big-budget American science fiction. I mean, kids are a lot more sophisticated these days, aren't they?
I think they are more sophisticated in terms of what they're taking visually, but I think you can still touch them. What a lot of the science fiction programmes we're going up against don't have is the kind of central message of Doctor Who, which is love life. It's unashamedly emotional about. The Doctor's message seems to be, you have a short life, make sure it's a happy one and seize every moment and accept life in all its forms, which is a central message with him. He doesn't react with horror when he sees a blue three-headed monster. He reacts with wonder, and I think that's a very important message to send out to children. And a lot of the series the series you're talking about, Buffy, it's kind of postmodern irony and stuff, whereas this retains that kind of innocence, the innocence of its message, but also we've brought into line the production. As a child watching it, I was put off by some of the low production values. I don't have a camp sensibility. When the sets wobbled, it meant that the world wasn't real. I didn't believe in it, so I went out playing. Whereas I'd stay with Star Trek because the production values were high, as far as I could see, and the world was consistent. But we, in our new series, we're in line with all that. The production values are very high. We had a good budget, and most importantly, we had brilliant people working on it at a crew level who've created. There's no wobbly sets. A bit of wobbly acting, no wobbly sets.
Now, you have to be prepared, of course, as soon as you become the Doctor, you will, for the rest of your life, have a large number of fans who want to write letters to you. Have you?
I might have enemies. Might have a large number of enemies. Depends what they feel about me.
But you're prepared. It's over the years. It's developed quite there's supposedly 8,000 committed fans out there who've stayed year after year after year. Mm-hmm. Have you encountered any of them so far in their home?
Yeah, I'm quite fortunate because I've been in the business varying degrees of kind of exposure for over the last 18 years, and so I know a little what that's like. When I was cast in the role, I immediately met a number of Whovians, for one, should we call them Whovians? And they have been unfailingly polite and gentle and encouraging to me, and I'm very grateful to it. They've been around the set, they've watched us filming, and I think they're passionate and grateful that the series is returned, and I've enjoyed every encounter with them. They're not interested in any of the details of your personal life. What they want to know is what it's like being a Time Lord. And I share you know, I'm like that about reggae and soul music. I have that gene, that slightly obsessive thing. So it's been a pleasure, and I genuinely hope that they're happy with what I and we have done.
Now, the whole point about the Doctor is he lasts for quite a long time. I mean, you've done 13 episodes. They're not going to be happy until you've done year after year, you know, become a Tom Baker figure. Are you going to stay with Doctor Who for a long time, do you think?
I can't answer that. It's impossible. All I can think about at the moment, and I literally stopped filming on Saturday, is this first series. I can't possibly be drawn on that.
So we can't even, you don't regenerate at the end.
If you think about it, 13 45-minute episodes in the old days is 2 series. I've just done 2 series in 8 months, really. You could broadcast 7 of these and 6 next year. You've got 2 series. 45 minutes, not half hours. I've done 2 series already.
Is it going to be scary? I mean, it goes on at 7 o'clock on a Saturday. It's obviously aimed at children. Is it going to be an adult program, or is it going to be a kids program?
Hopefully it's going to be a program that the family will watch together, like all the best television. I think I would like 8 to 12-year-olds to take me into their heart. I don't think I've got much of a chance with Tom Baker and John Pertwee fans, and I respect that fidelity, really. I respect that loyalty. I have it myself to Sean Connery as James Bond, but I'm hoping that 8 to 12-year-old children I'll be their first Doctor, and they'll love me the way people love Baker.
Will they be watching you from behind the sofa?
They'll be watching me from behind the sofa, the futon. Yeah, I think it's frightening because it's so well, apart from the visual impact of the monsters and the brilliance of the creations, this is a very well written series, and it's the psychology that's frightening, particularly, for instance, when the Doctor confronts the Daleks. There's a whole thing about, is the Doctor actually as bad as the Daleks because he's prepared to exterminate them willy-nilly? So the psychology is very well drawn, and the children will listen to that as well as, look, you know, if you make good television for children, the adults will come. That's the way I think about it.
Now, in the 1980s, Doctor Who died a long, slow death into kind of ridicule and really wobbly sets.
I believe so. I wasn't aware of it, but I believe so.
But, you know, even Doctor Who fans, they look on with horror at sort of how it disappeared. Why did it have to come back now? Why come back now when it's seemingly probably best fitted in TV heaven?
I think perhaps the reason it died is because the quality of the writing. All television programmes basically are about the writing. If the script isn't there, it doesn't matter how good your director, your actor, your production values. So obviously there was problems with the scripts. This came back because one of our most brilliant writers wanted to address it, Russell T Davies. But it also came back because it is a fantastic idea. Sidney Newman, I believe, had the original idea for the series, and he's obviously lifted from H.G. Wells' short story, The Time Traveller. It is a brilliant idea. And a character, a mysterious character who can travel forwards and backwards in space, and who is primarily concerned with prolonging the life of our world. It's a beautifully simple idea, and I think that's why it's got legs.
And why did you want to be the Doctor?
Because Russell T Davies wrote it, and because it was an audience and an area television that I hadn't worked in. I've not had the privilege to act for children, really, and because I'm constantly told that I'm not funny and I'm not charming, and they were some of the demands in the role. So I felt it was a big gamble. There's 2 reasons to do it: Russell T Davies and the gamble, and I like a gamble. I think it's important as an actor or in any sphere of life to do the things that frighten you most.
Does this feel like a big event? Do you feel like there's a kind of weight on your shoulders? Because it's been 15 years since it was on the TV screens, and there's a buzz about it, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a buzz about it. It doesn't feel like a burden, no. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to play the part and to work with that crew who are shooting as we speak. I've spent the last 8 months, 6 days a week, 14 hours a day with a group of people. I'm not talking about all the show-offs you're going to see at this launch or me. I'm just like the tip of an iceberg. I'm talking about the people, the cameramen, the prop men who made this programme. And it's been a privilege. It's not a burden. It was a joy to play in, really.
Now they're all going to be coming tonight to have their first look at the first. What sort of
It is painful when people attack it, I'll be honest with you. There's been a couple of early reviews and they've attacked us. And it's painful. You accept it, you take it on the chin. But when you've worked as hard as we have, with so much love, you hope you'll get some of it back. I did just want to say that it is painful. I won't pretend it isn't.
Because there are huge expectations from people who, it's their childhoods, isn't it?
Yeah,
that people
that's
are
right.
Comparing against.
And as I say, I respect that loyalty to the old series. The classic elements of this series are there. The Daleks, the TARDIS, the Doctor's persona, his aims, the central message of love life in all its forms are there. But certain other things, the furniture's been moved around a bit.
No wobbly sets.
No wobbly sets. And, you know, some of the old 70s stuff of the paternalistic know-all and his the helpless sidekick, that's gone.
And one final question. We hear the Daleks have solved the problem of conquering a planet with stairs.
That's true. And, yeah. So that's a problem that none of the rest of the, never mind accents, none of the rest of the Doctors have had to face Daleks that can do that.
Can you tell us how they do it?
Oh no, it'd spoil it, wouldn't it? I'm not in the spoiling business.
Fantastic.
All the smiling faces. What are you going to write? I approached Russell. I read that he was going to do it and emailed him and said, when you draw up an audition list, put my name on it. Because of his, you know, I'm a fan of his writing. I've worked with him on Second Coming. I love Bob and Rose, I love Mine or Mine, I love Queer as Folk most of all, I think. Kind of changed television in a way. So, easy. Which is crazy in a way, because it is a big deal, I now realise. But I really didn't consider that. I just wanted to work with Russell. It's kind of the closest I've been to playing myself in a way. It's like a version of me as a child, the way I felt about the world and everything that was in it, which we kind of, as we grow older, we possibly box in and change, but it's like as close to myself as I've played, I feel, and I kind of based a lot on Russell in a way. If you've just seen him, I mean, how do you follow a press conference like that? Okay. I kind of borrowed some of Russell's speed of thought and pace, and it's his words really. My first day, I chased a brilliant actor of restricted height called Jimmy V, dressed as a pig, dressed as a spaceman. So he was a pig disguised as a spaceman, and I had to chase him up and down the corridor, and that's how I spent my day. And it got more surreal. Doctor Who's always been a hero, and there's been no heroine out there for 8 to 12-year-old girls or women watching the programme, and we've now got one. She carries the series with me. You know, we do it together. A man and a woman do this thing together, and she's a heroine. She saves his life in the first episode. She teaches him huge emotional lessons, as does he. And Billy pulled it off like that. As far as I'm concerned, they love each other. It's love. I think it's love at first sight, but it's not perhaps a conventional love affair. There's not, you know, it's far more mysterious than that, as is love, I suppose. Billy has a lot of the more complicated performance stuff to do in times, you know, in terms of reacting to this extraordinary creature that's the Doctor. But I'm kind of the energy, the mental energy and the physical energy. You know, if we rehearsed a scene, often we'd have to find out where he was going to go, which walls he was going to bounce off, and then everybody else would kind of feed off that energy, either undercutting it or topping it, for instance. That's part of why it's such a tiring role, is that constant balls of your feet acting. You know, I'm glad I was reasonably fit, because you're on your feet and you need great mental agility to take in that information, to learn to work with a variety of different directors, to learn to please the effects boys as well as your director, to do the green screen. I love the green screen acting. It's like being a kid again. You know, children are watching, and you've got to take it very, very seriously. And death happens in each episode. It's a tradition. It's quite actually the world of Doctor Who is quite tough, and I took it very seriously. But according to the Daily Mirror, I stayed in character and slept in the TARDIS. But I never slept. You're in every scene all day, but then you've got the fact of learning the lines the next day. I know that's very boring, but that's the technical thing about. I would spend my lunch hour learning the lines, and then I'd do about 2 hours at night. So the big challenge is that it's like having a big TARDIS in your brain for 8 months. It's all you think about is the programme. You have to give up your life. It's great, all the profile you get, but it's a difficult thing to do. You're the motor for every scene. You have to deliver a lot of pseudo and scientific jargon and give it some charisma and wit. I have to say that I've met a number of Whovians, real serious Doctor Who fans, and they've been so kind to me and so generous and excited about the series, not interested in gossip about me or the set, but interested in the myth of the Doctor and the series. My favourite alien is the Dalek, because of the psychology that goes on between the Daleks and the Doctor. They know more than you all do about the Doctor's history, and they use it on him. It's not so much the suckers and the lasers for me with the Daleks, it's the insight they have about the Doctor's history and emotional, his personal and emotional history. I mean, one of the things we're doing with this series is we're saying, yes, you've got DVDs, yes, you've got computer games, yes, you've got the cinema, yes, you've got the great ideas, but look what the television can still do. And I'd be proud to. I love television, and I care about it. I care about the quality, and what I think we're doing, hopefully, is we're creating an appetite in 8 to 12-year-olds for really demanding, sophisticated television, and they'll take that appetite into their life, into their later life. That's kind of my hope. I'm privileged to act for them.
I won't mind a word with Tom Baker. Before I go, I just want to tell you were fantastic. And you know what? So was I. I was going to take you to so many places. Rob. It means I'm going to change.
Exterminate! Exterminate! Mommy!
You never know what you're going to end up with.
Hello.